Hello and welcome to a DFS strategy video for the 2025 Players Championship. My name is Eric and I'm here with SweetSpotDFS to go over everything you're going to want to know on how to target the optimal lineup this week. Of course, that means going over all the typical things that I like to do in these videos. I like to cover the golf course and tournament information. I like to go over pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. I also like to review last week just to show you how well the SweetSpot process did, because then I like to go right into the bucket system and Marquee Tee Times for the Players Championship, just to show you at the API and the Puerto Rico Open, both of these the process would have helped you win a GPP in both of those tournaments. So again, I will review that and then jump right into the SweetSpot process, the nitty-gritty of the Players Championship. I think going forward, I'm no longer going to explain the giveaways that I like to do. Instead, I'm going to tell you there are giveaways in the description. If you go check out the description, it'll show you how to enter into each one of those giveaways. And then I'm just going to get right into the giveaways once I start these videos. So I'm going to throw it up on the screen right now. I'm going to show you who all entered. I had 24 total entries for the weekly subscriber giveaway, which is worth $5. And I'm just going to run it right now. Jay Roberts, one entry. One entry, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, it only takes one entry to win a giveaway. So Jay Roberts, how he got his giveaways, he just commented on the strategy video from the API last week. That's it. That's it. That's all he did. So if you want a chance to win $5, that's easy, right? All you got to do is go to the video after it goes live. Comment down in the comment section. Doesn't matter what it is. Typically, I give you something in the description to comment on, but you can just say, hey, how's it going? Thank you, or anything of that sort, and it'll get you an entry into the giveaway. And just to show you that this is random, I'll hit no, I hit yes, I hit no, I hit yes, we find different people over and over and over again. So Jay Roberts, congratulations. Reach out to me on how I can send you $5, whether that be Venmo, PayPal, or Google Pay. Those are really the three only options I can do, but maybe we can figure something else out. We can always bank the $5 you win for merch, like the t-shirt I'm wearing, or anything else. And just so you all know, I do plan to, this is one of those things with my website, that I can put a shop to this, and I plan to put all the t-shirts that I have in here. But really what I've been focusing on is building the database, which, I mean, the database is completed outside of having golfer profiles. This last week, I actually finished all of the golf course, or all the golf courses I want to put in my database. So I will start building a tool to, give you kind of a rundown as to, stats on for each golf course. Basically, it's going to give you the yardage. It'll give you the grass types, whether it's overseed, what type of overseed that it is, each of the holes, the yardages for each of the holes, and then the shot shapes, which you don't see on anyone else's website. So I will provide shot shapes within my tools, and you'll be able to see a lot of the golfers. And then over time, I will also provide videos to show you these golfers hit those shot shapes. And again, it's their preferred shot shape. I know that the PGA Tour players can hit all types of shots, but they prefer typically one shot over another. So again, that's what I'll be adding in the future. This week, I'll be focusing on building a tool that will give you a golf course profile. Again, everything that I just mentioned. And then also going from there, all the other tools that I have are kind of filterless. So just to show you, if I go to my strokes gain tools and I go to more filters, it's blank. There are zero filters inside the more filters box. I have all these filters right here. We have select golfer, select tournament, select golfer, select date. You can choose any of these dates. These are technically filters. And if I drill down on some of these and I hit clear filters, they all disappear. So I need to work on the filters, and a lot of that has to do with the golf course profiles that I was completing. Because, you know, on these more filters, I'm more likely going to have strength of field rating that's in here. I'll also put grass type that you can filter by. There'll be several different types of filters you can put in there. I just haven't gotten around to it. Just wanted to build these basic tools. Actually, they're not really basic, but I wanted to get like the surface level tool done, and then, you know, with the filters we can dig a little bit deeper. So yeah, this is all available to you at SweetSpotDFS.com. I encourage you guys to go sign up, and I actually will bring this up. If you didn't already know, I'm giving away $1,000 once this website, or once the YouTube reaches 1,000 subscribers. And if you want a chance to win any of the giveaways that you see on there, one's a lifetime membership to SweetSpotDFS.com, one's an annual membership worth $200, and then I'm also giving away 2 $100 cash giveaways. So you need to create an account on SweetSpotDFS.com. It is free. You do not have to spend any money to sign up an account. You don't even have to put your credit card information in. Go sign up. That alone will give you an entry into this giveaway. And then if you're not subscribed, what are you doing? Subscribe. The faster we can get to 1,000 subscribers, the faster I'm going to give away $1,000. So help a brother out. And then hopefully I can help you out. So yeah, that's available to you guys, or I'm asking you to do that. Again, SweetSpotDFS.com. If you don't have an account, this is the last week that all these tools will be provided for free users. If you didn't already know, if you have an account on SweetSpotDFS.com, you can use all of the tools that I provide, and you can see most of the tools on the drop down right here. So I've got round by round stats, past optimal lineups, past salary builds. You can request an optimizer on here. The cheat sheet is also available on here. PGA Tour schedule. I do have some articles. I don't think I have any videos currently, but if you went to the optimizer page, this is going to show up. A pop-up is going to happen. If you want the optimizer that I will be using tonight in this video, it looks just like this. And if you want to see how I build lineups with this optimizer, just wait towards the end of the video. I will be building lineups later. But this is how you would come over and request the optimizer. And then the cheat sheet is available to you. I have 2 cheat sheets. We kind of have this basic view. I keep saying this is a work in progress. It is definitely far on the bottom of my to-do list. But basically what I want to end up doing is creating a filter where you can look at previous cheat sheets. You can pull up other ones. Even within the Players Championship, you'll be able to look at like the 2024 Players Championship cheat sheet, as well as, you know, 2023, and so on, all the way down to 2013. I also want to, you know, conditional format this so all the colors show up instead of just the three columns there, and then everything is just basic. But if you scroll down on the page, you can go to the old cheat sheet, which I encourage you guys to go do, because this week we have a 5K range. And if you're unfamiliar with that, basically DraftKings decided to incorporate the 5K salaries. So if you scroll down, you can see 5,900 all the way down to 5,000. Well, if you're new to the channel, if you've been here before, I talk a lot about salaries, try to figure out what type of salary builds make sense at a lot of these tournaments. Well, I have to convert those salaries to what a traditional salary ends up being. So here, this is the information. So column B, C, and D, and by the way, this again is on the cheat sheet under price conversion. I forgot to mention that, so I shouldn't say again. Under the, here, let me pull this out so you guys can see. So you see the tabs that are at the bottom of this cheat sheet right down here. I have Dream Sheet, Bucket System, Alternate Event, Price Conversion. Alternate Event used to have the Puerto Rico in there, but I removed it. Either way, you've got the price conversion in here. And basically columns B, C, and D is this week's tournament, the Players Championship, and what their current salaries are. Well, with the 5K range and everything that I talk about with the Sweet Spot process, I have to convert that into a 6K range. I have a lower 6K and a higher 6K bucket. I need to figure out what is in the lower 6K and what's in the higher 6K. So tier 6 would be the lower 6K. Tier 5 would be the higher 6K. And basically, if I go to the Players Championship spreadsheet that I have, and I go all the way to the bucket system, this is what it looks like when it comes to salaries. So this little table right here gives you a count of every year and how many golfers are in each of those salary ranges. So you can see for the 10K range, you know, technically, if I go back to the cheat sheet, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 golfers that are in the 10K range. But in my table, when it comes to the bucket system, it only shows 5 for 2025. The same thing applied in 2024. We had more 10K golfers than just 5, but how they convert, again, this is an adjusted salary. How I'm adjusting those salaries is some of these 10K golfers would have been 9K golfers if a 5K range was not incorporated. So I adjust them accordingly. And of course, you can see down here, when we look at these low 5Ks, they end up being 6K golfers. And just to give you, peace of mind, in my lower 6K range, I have 39 golfers. On average, you see 43 up to 53. Well, there was a decision I ended up making that I could either lose 5 golfers from the higher 6K range and put those 5 golfers in the lower 6K range. It really didn't matter to me. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Maybe I should have. Just seeing some of these numbers, I guess I didn't really notice. I didn't see it went up to 53. I just thought 39 was a good number. The rest of them are pretty much on par. 41 7K golfers, whereas we normally see 40. 10 8K golfers, where you normally see 10. 7 9K golfers, where you normally see somewhere between 6 to 8, so 7. And then same goes with the 10K golfers. So that is what you get on the cheat sheet, an adjusted salary. To me, it really just annoys me that there's a 5K range incorporated. It doesn't necessarily change anything. Like, yes, I think you're actually, well, I shouldn't even say yes. No. I actually will come back. There's a big drop off from like 8,400 down to 6,200, which is all encompassing in the 40 golfers you normally see in the 7K range. Scottie Scheffler's salary this week at 12.8 almost matched his salary last week at the API and the week before. I think it was the week before. No, not the Cognizant. It would have been the Genesis. He's been in the $12,000 range. This isn't a big adjustment. He isn't that expensive comparatively to other events he's been in. At 12.8, when you incorporate a 5K range, he effectively becomes an $11,000 golfer. And I don't even know if 11.8 is actually true. It might be even 11.5, which is a big discount off of Scottie Scheffler. It doesn't look that way because, again, his price tag is $12,800. But when you adjust it according to all of the other salaries that are in this field, it kind of becomes $11,800. And you can definitely put 2 of these golfers up here, including Scottie at 12.8, and just say Rory at 11.5. Mix them up with some of these 5K golfers down here. Let's say 5,300 and 5,400, and you still have $15,000 to play with. I've just selected 4 golfers, the very 2 most expensive golfers, and then I selected some of these lower priced golfers who aren't even that low. I mean, you could even go like Sam Ryder. Sam Ryder last year was in the optimal lineup for this event. And you could even go like Hayden Springer. Those golfers are pretty talented in the 5K range. You include them and you have $15,000 to work with. So that's an average salary of $7,500. So really you could come up to Keegan Bradley and say Akshay Bhatia. This would cost you $49,700 of the salary. So it's like, with the salaries being like this, listen, DraftKings is not confusing me. DraftKings is not tricking me into anything. It does allow you to play more of these golfers up here, and I think that is the whole reason that they did this. Or even this and a couple, like 3 golfers that are 9,600 and above. I get it. It makes sense, especially with the first milli maker that DraftKings is putting out. I understand they want more people to play the golfers. They want to make this more fun for everybody. I understand that. So in a sense, or in essence, we can actually take advantage of this. We can build lineups that, like I said, that it takes advantage. So anyways, that is on the cheat sheet. That was a long description as to the price conversion tool that I have on the cheat sheet, but it's there for you. You can take a look at how I'm converting those salaries. And then when it comes to the actual bucket system and the optimizer, those numbers are incorporated in the conditions, the conditional buckets down here. So 10K, 9K, so on and so forth. And then when we do talk about the bucket system, again, that is incorporated right in here. You see the bucket totals, 5, 7, 10, 41, 42, 39. That's what I was just showing you with the engine piece of the bucket system. So I just wanted to point that out for you guys to see that this is all available to you for free, by the way. The cheat sheet, you do not need a free account to go to on SweetSpotDFS.com. If you already have a link to the actual Google sheet where this is located, this is available to everybody for free. This is for free. But the rest of the tools, which I absolutely love, this will be behind a paywall Wednesday night. So I will also go live Wednesday night for members only on the YouTube channel. You have to be a YouTube member of white tier or greater. It just follows the tier, the T colors of a golf course: red, white, black, and gold, I think, or maybe it's blue and black. Either way, white tier and above, that's $4.99. And if you were with last week during the members only video, you would have gotten on some of the 7K golfers that I'll actually show you in the review of what I did. It actually followed out absolutely perfect. So I will recap that when we get to the review part. This has been kind of the, I wouldn't necessarily call this like the laundry list of items that I needed to cover, but it's definitely, this week is different. It's the Players Championship. There's a 5K range. I want you to be aware that salaries are different this week, but I am accounting for it in the SweetSpot process. I'm adjusting those salaries. So I wanted to be upfront with that before we get into the video. I'm sure I'll repeat it, or I'll remind you guys that I'm doing it that way. But I also want you to be aware that if this is the only thing you get from the video, well, I can help you out when it comes to these weird salaries, and not to be too excited and not to be too frustrated, because we can take advantage of these salaries in more ways than one. So anyways, that does cover the intro to the video. We can get into the next pieces. Again, this is a live video. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this. We didn't get to 25 likes last week. We got to 24. Why is that a big deal? Well, if we get to 25 likes, whether it's during the live stream or throughout the week, I will give away 5 white tier YouTube memberships. So you'll be able to watch the Wednesday video. YouTube selects them at random, but if you want access to that, a full month's worth of YouTube membership access, premium access, hit the like button. It's easy. It doesn't cost you anything. Hit the like button. Okay, I'll check on with chat because I have not looked at chat. AJ Love says he's playing 5. I forgot. This is a live video, so I will be chatting with the chat here and there. AJ Love says I'm playing 5 lineups this week off my $25 win. That's right. Congrats, man. Congrats. John Bizzle says, what's up, AJ and Eric? What's going on? John, I was watching the Players Championship, my Players Championship video from last year, And I don't know if it was one of your first times coming into the chat, but you said you won $13,000 last year. Do you remember that? I'm sure you do, but do you remember that? I was like, dang, I don't remember that, but that's awesome. Lombardi Lee, what's going on, man? Nice to see you. Russell Henley got the victory last weekend. He did. Michael Kim is in the 5K range. Let's go. That is correct. I want to remind you never to fall in love with the 6K golfer, which obviously Michael Kim is when I adjust his salaries. So, yeah. Don't fall in love with Michael Kim. It seems like a misprice, but it is the Players Championship. This to me is not Corey Connors at the Masters when he was a 6K golfer, and it just seemed like this is the worst thing ever, or the worst pricing ever. But this is the Players, so you got to be kind of you got to be leery of that. Joshua Maz, what's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Love Garnett this week. Have a weird feeling. All right. Hey, we like weird feelings here. Jody Garrison, I just hit the like button. First time on this year. Good to be back and listening in. I do remember you from last year, so appreciate you being back. And Lombardi says, I'm thinking about Michael Kim this week as well. Awesome. This is for Byron. In his video, when he went live, he had himself a little whiskey. I have myself an old fashioned. It's a cocoa old fashioned. I got this cocoa whiskey with cocoa bitters. It's pretty good. John goes, I do remember that. I won it off the waste management. Taxes destroyed me this year, though. Yeah. Oh, that'll happen. All right, let's get on to a golf course and tournament information. The segment. Here we go. All right, so a shameless plug once again to SweetSpotDFS.com. You can actually, you know what? This is going to be the last time. I think it'll be the last time that I covered the tournament fact sheets, because the website is going to have its own golf course profile that you'll be able to look at to see all the stats that I'm about to show you. So tournament fact sheets, if you drill down on those, it'll bring you to the gcsaa.org website. And here you can look at the tournament fact sheet. So if I zoom in, go to PGA Tour, and they already have Valspar up, by the way, which I think is awesome. They're so ahead of schedule. They have been this whole year, which is fantastic. I love getting a leg up on my research. But if you drill down into the Players Championship and we zoom in with this, this is where you'll get all the stats. Again, I am going to be including this into the website, SweetSpotDFS.com. So, we won't have to really use this, but you will see all of the information you see here on the website either next week or the week after. Like I said, I have entered all of the golf courses for the rest of the year and dating back to 2013. That's all in my database. It has all of the grass types, I did some research to find all this information. Like the golf courses back in 2013, 2014, 2015, I wanted to see what grass types they were. Well, gcsaa.org goes back to 2017. So I had to do some digging, some deep diving, I should say, in order to find a lot of the information. So I'm excited. I'm excited to provide that. You know, what comes with me is a little bit of agronomy. When I went to college for golf course management. That was more of a business side of things. I also did the PGM program for a little while. I ended up not graduating with that because I just didn't want to spend more money, and I didn't think it really mattered. Either way, golf has been in my DNA for a really long time, and I wanted it to be my profession. So when it comes to agronomy, I not only took classes for it, but I also worked in the golf industry under the grounds crew for a little while. So it's like I know a little bit about everything. So the turf grass stuff matters to me, and especially getting it right. So I wanted to get all my information correct. Now, fast forwarding here to the Players Championship. The biggest thing I've been listening to this whole damn week is it Bermuda grass on the greens? Is it POA on the greens? Is it a ryegrass overseed? Go to the gcsa.org. Like, this is, I kid you not, the superintendents work with the PGA Tour to tell them what they're doing with the golf course for the tournament setup. They literally give you the information. This is free for everybody. I can't believe how many people I listen to who, like, you know, popular streamers, popular people on YouTube that have 20,000 plus subscribers on their YouTube channel. There are only a few. And not even just them, but there are a couple other ones that are a little lower that have their own websites and stuff that still think this is TifEagle Bermuda grass greens. It's so insane. It is insane. If you are oh my God. Some people can get it wrong and it's so what? But my biggest issue when it comes to speaking about data, speaking about just facts, why are you speaking about it if you don't know about it? That's my biggest issue with YouTube, and especially with golf, like PGA Tour stuff. It bothers me to no end that people talk about it and they know nothing about it. Like, some people are fakers. They just fake. So here you go. It just shows it right then and there. I just realized that I forgot to post this on Twitter that I was live. I'll do that while I'm still kind of riffing about this. But the turf grass has a POA overseed. Just so you guys know, superintendents aren't talking about overseed unless it's not prevalent. Or they're talking about overseed if it's prevalent. And if there is a superintendent talking about overseed, that means it matters. That means there is overseed. And this is a POA overseed. This is the same type of overseed that you get the Waste Management or the WM Phoenix Open. It's the exact same one. The exact same one. So if you want to use golf courses for putting stats or anything like that, you can use all of the previous golf courses that had an overseed with POA on it. What you'll see in the cheat sheet, so I'll go to the cheat sheet myself. What you will see here, actually, I didn't even update this, did I? Oh, I did. Perfect. Bent grass. I use bent grass for my my statistical approach. Why? Because this type of overseed on these greens act a lot like bent grass. I guarantee you, if you ask anybody on tour or whoever plays on these types of greens, hey, we know it's a POA, we know it's like a Bermuda base layer, but what does this actually putt like? I guarantee you, some of them might be like, well, it does putt like POA, because you will get those seeds that bloom, or you'll get the, shoot, I forget what it's called. Basically, the grass will flower, and those buds will create that bumpy POA surface that you typically get. But when it's an overseed of POA and it's only on the grass or only on the surface or on the turf for so long in a season, it doesn't really bud, or it doesn't really, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't really come into its own like a typical POA does. It's not California POA at all, not even remotely close. This is just your typical overseed POA. I use bent grass. And then you can see with the other grass type I use, it's not a grass type, it's an architect, Pete Dye. I use Pete Dye because it matters. If you've never played a Pete Dye golf course in your life and you go and play for the first time, you will just, it will bother you to no end. And a lot of people talk about how, they'll talk about how Pete Dye will create angles and they'll create different types of sight lines that you need to be looking at. It's not just there. It's not just on the golf course. It's not just the sight lines. It's actual, like when you're on the greens. He has created undulation that goes against what your mind sees. It is very weird. Like the American Express. I've played those golf courses in the past. You literally need to know where the Coachella Valley is when you play there. Now that's more of a Coachella Valley thing. It's not like here at Ponte Vedra. But it still bothers the hell out of you. You think you know where a green is breaking, and it doesn't break where you think it's supposed to. And that's because he does use visual tricks on you to mess with your mind. So you miss your putts. I don't know how else to say it, but you need experience on Pete Dye golf courses, and that's why I used it. All right. That's pretty good, man. I was riffing while I was also posting on Twitter. That's awesome. So anyways, we have POA overseed. Then we have ryegrass overseed on the collars. Then you kind of have a POA and overseed mix as you go down. Again, to me, it's going to work a lot like bentgrass or just ryegrass. Ryegrass is a bit stickier than bentgrass. Bentgrass is kind of a thinner leaf, a thinner, ryegrass is a bit of a broader strain of grass. So when it's thick, when ryegrass is thick, it's harder to hit out of than bentgrass. Just throwing that out there. The rest of the information you can use at your own will. Doesn't really matter. There are 18 water hazards and 17 holes that have water in play. You might argue that some of those holes don't have water in play because they're near the tee box, which I would agree with you, but they have to put it in there anyways. But here's a good start to get your information. Whatever you want to use for research, you can get here at the gcsaa.org, the tournament fact sheets. And if anyone's trying to tell you it's Bermuda grass, dislike their video, close it down. You don't need to watch anymore because they don't know what they're talking about. Just throwing it out there. We're a little snaky right now. I'm not. I think it's fun to get all riled up about that stuff because it's something I'm passionate about. I can't believe that people get it wrong. I literally cannot believe people get it wrong. It's there for you to look at. It's for free. Information's for free. Okay, TPC Sawgrass. So when it comes to the golf course, I do map out every golf course for every tournament, unless it's a newer tournament and it has a new golf course that I'm not even sure they're going to be around for a while. I still try to map it out just to give you guys a little sense of what type of shot shape matters. When it comes to the Players' Championship, for most of the tee shots and most of the approaches, it looks like a draw matters. Now, this isn't like an absolute must. Like the golfers need to actually hit these shot shapes. But when it comes down to it, if you do hit the shot shapes that I'm putting on the screen or that I have on the screen, it kind of provides you a bit of a benefit because a lot of the holes that are cut on these greens, normally you'll have 4 different pin locations and it will be, four corners basically. They'll put them around 4 corners. I keep that in mind when I do place, for these approaches, what shot shape matters. And if for whatever reason there are like 2 to 3, maybe 4 pin locations that really require a draw in order to hit it close, that's what I'm going to place down. So it's 2 or more. And the same will apply for a fade. Because normally you're going to have some pin locations that are like in the back center where any shot shape's pretty accessible. Like you can get to any of those shot shapes. Or any of those pin positions. So like I said, if it's 2 or more pin positions that I see on a green that I know that a particular shot shape is required or preferred in order to hit the ball closer to the pin, that's what you'll see on these mappings. And then, like off the tee, it's like draws galore, which you might disagree with because when it comes to results, Scotty Scheffler hits a fade and so too does Scotty Scheffler. 2024-2023 champion. Brian Harman hits a draw for a lefty. That's the equivalent of a fade for a righty. Hatton hits a fade. Hovland hits a fade. Clark hits a fade. Schauffele hits a draw. Hoagie hits a fade. Matsuyama hits a fade. Fitzpatrick, I don't remember in 2024, but he came in onto the tour hitting a draw. Siwoo Kim hits a fade. Homa probably shaped it both directions that year. So you see a lot of fade biased golfers. I think that has to do with more of an approach when it comes to the approach type of game, because this par 5, they'll use different tee boxes. Some will be shorter where a draw isn't absolutely necessary. Sometimes, even if it's way back where a draw will really thread around the corner, golfers will club down and just hit a fade and just say, so be it. Maybe I can still reach, you know, several hundred, or, you know, like, put it this way, for this hole, 532, if you want to hit it somewhere in the 160, 160 to 180, 190 range, you'll have to hit a draw, or you'll hit it through the fairway into the rough. And then hitting out the rough might not be easy. But you could actually dial it back and have yourself 230 yards into the hole, hitting a fade off of the tee, which means that you'll probably have to hit a fade into the green, which is accommodating on hole 2. It's not that there's certain pin positions. There's 2 pin positions where hitting a fade won't get you anywhere close. But if you're up by the green, you're chipping for eagle. So you still have a chance to make birdie. So when it comes to this hole, a draw isn't absolutely necessary. Just throwing that out there. Even this hole here, I think this should probably be an any if I was to actually redo this. I've looked at the hole. Yeah, water does guard the left side of the hole, and definitely hitting a draw is more visually appealing, but it is not necessary. If you're in control of your game, you do not have to hit a draw on that tee shot. I'm not going to go through the rest of this. I saw that one right away, and I'm like, nah, that isn't needed. Hole 16, absolutely. Hole 18, absolutely. Hitting a fade over that water is extremely scary, and if you do not hit your mark, you're going to have to re-tee, because that's how far the water comes into play. And then if you hit a fade, not challenging the water, you are in the pine straw. And that's not an easy shot either, because you have trees that line that fairway down the right side that you have to hit around or hit through. So definitely hitting a draw on that matters. Okay, so that is your golf course. And then when it comes to the tournament, there are 144 golfers in the field. You have top 65 in ties that will make the cut. And your strength of field is 877, which is pretty high. I think last year it was 861, 851. In 2023, it was 803. So it's definitely the strongest it's been in the last 3-4 years now. Let's see, 2021, do I have it? I do not. Very, very strong field. I made a comment last year. Like I said, I was rewatching my Players Championship because I wanted to see if I talked about any of the golfers that ended up being in the optimal lineup or were pretty good. And I was listening to this, and I was listening to last year's video, and I said, well, strength of field is very high. It's one of the highest strength of fields I've seen in a long time. Even it's almost as high as the PGA Championship when Phil won at Kiowa Island, which was like 900 something. And that was definitely the highest strength of field that we've had in a really, really long time. And I mentioned, like, see, even without the live golfers, this is still one of the best strength of fields in the game of golf. And it's like, yeah, live golfers weren't getting OWGR points, so they just kept falling further and further down. So some of the higher, or some of these other high rated golfers might not have been there if some of the live golfers did not actually go to live, and instead were on the PGA Tour, which I'm sure they'd be in this tournament then, and then the strength of field would be even higher than what it is. But you know, the live golfers got replaced by other golfers basically in the OWGR, and they were here at the Players Championship. So the strength of field wasn't ever going to change. And it's not an indicator as to the best fields in golf, because if you're not getting OWGR points at live, well, we don't really have a fair comparison. And it being 877 this year versus previous years, that just means more live golfers have fallen off the face of the planet because they've been on live for as long as they have been, and they've not been accruing OWGR points. So yes, very high strength of field rating, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that the live golfers lost so many OWGR points, and it just bumped everybody else up, and that's why the strength of field is as high as it is. Okay, that's it for the golf course and tournament information. I kind of went on a little bit of a rant with the agronomy part of it, but that's just, you know, who I am, and that's what I do when it comes to that kind of stuff. All right, I see so much interaction in the chat. I have to go back. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to go back to John when he says, I do remember that. That's when he won $13,000, and he came into the chat thanking me for it. I don't know what I did, but you're welcome. Joshua Maz says, nice, John. Jody Garrison goes, Smalley in good form at 5,400. He's actually in my dummy lineup, by the way. I saw his price tag. I'm like, yep, I'm going to put him in my lineup. I don't think I put Michael Kim in there because I just knew he was just going to be highly touted and highly owned. But yeah, I'll probably get there. When I hit 40K, my table sucked. I feel your pain. Is that regarding taxes, AJ? Joshua Mass says, I like Schmid too, AJ. Don't fall in love with the 6K, but you can fall in love with the 5K. No, you can't. No, you can't. Oh, by the way, look at this little guy. You see this? You want to know what happened there? A buddy of mine really wanted me to play dodgeball. He's been wanting me to play dodgeball for the longest time. I moved back down to the cities in November. And ever since, he's been asking me every single week to go play dodgeball with him. Normally, when he plays dodgeball, his competitive friends, I should say, like they actually play in tournaments and stuff, they play on Thursdays. Well, I do all this Monday through Wednesday, and then I just crash Thursday. So I'm like, I can't do Thursdays, man. Well, they played Friday, this last Friday. And I'm like, sure, I'll show up. I want to see how I measure up to these guys. Because all I ever hear is how good they are. And I'm like, I'm an athletic person, so I'm going to see how well I can play against these guys. And I dominated them. Which was surprising for how much they talked about how good they were. I just roll in the first time. Well, within about 20 minutes, I'm catching balls left and right. And one guy threw it at me and I caught it and my pinky just felt funny. I looked down at it and it was bent. Like it was bent. Like it was curved down. I could not straighten it at all. So I thought it was dislocated. So I was pulling on it. I was pushing on it. I was pulling on it. I was pushing on it. It didn't hurt. Nothing was happening. So I'm like, okay, well, I should probably go get this looked at. So I went to urgent care before they closed. Thankfully, got in. I ruptured my extensor tendon. The tendon that allows your finger to go straight. So I have to keep it in a splint for 4 to 6 weeks, and it has to remain straight. If it bends at all, it will either one, disrupt the healing process. Well, it will disrupt the healing process altogether, but one, it will restart my healing process, because if your finger is bent, it actually pulls the tendons away from each other. So they're supposed to reconnect. They're supposed to reach down and connect each other. They're supposed to scar, I suppose, over themselves. Or two, it won't heal completely straight. So I have to keep it in this splint 4 to 6 weeks. And I just talked to an orthopedic doctor today and they said most likely 6 weeks. So yeah, that's lovely. Really appreciating that. My one time playing, so it's probably one and done for me with dodgeball. I'm never going to go back. AJ Love says, how are you going to play pickleball now? I don't ever use my left hand. I know some people switch left hand or some people swing with two hands. I'm just a one hand, right hand. It's my cut shots are with one hand. My slices, my overhand shots are one hand. I don't need two hands. We're good. We're Gucci. But it does limit. I can't golf. I won't be able to golf for 6 weeks. So my timetable's the Masters. Basically, once the Masters is over, that's when I'm going to probably start doing OT. And hopefully around that time, I can swing a golf club. But I'm not going to push it. We'll see. Okay. Let's see. I said, oh, yeah. I had said you can't fall in love with a 5K golfer because technically they are a 6K golfer with the adjusted salaries. Daryl Mooney goes, Scotty X and Rory grouping is crazy. I agree, man. Like on this screen right now, you can see group 1 is right here. It's your top priced guys, Scotty, Rory, and Xander. So yes, I agree. It's almost like telling you one of these guys will be in the optimal lineup. Let's see. I'm playing Scotty, but his form last week wasn't very inspiring. I agree. Actually, no. I disagree. Scotty just couldn't putt. That's all. His ball striking was amazing. AJ goes, I agree with Smalley. He also says, I think you could group Schmid, Michael Kim, and Smalley and then go up top. We could probably look at that. I don't think that's a smart idea, though. Hey, AJ, thoughts on Cantor, Laurie Cantor? I'm interested to see if Cantor play, or to see Cantor play myself. I'm not going to pick him unless I see him on the optimizer a ton. You're probably not going to see him on the optimizer a ton. Just throwing that out there. I think I'm sticking to top 10 golfers this week myself with some long shots in the 5K range. There you go. I'm playing Straka, and so too is the rest of the world. So yes, that's a good choice, Jody. Your grass talks make me want to smoke a big old doobie. Well, lighten up, man. I agree with the Straka play. I had to pause the grass for a bit. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I first build is Scotty, Collins, Straka, Cantor, Michael Kim, and Smalley. Probably way too chalky. Probably. AJ goes, the only thing with Scotty that worries me is his putting after all the grass talk. Yeah, but I mean, like, actually, I'll talk more about the putting stuff. Siwoo, I love. What's shaking bacon, says Phil. What's going on, man? I think Hoagie has course record. Believe it was on Friday. The 23-year to make the cut. Huh. Hello, hello. We see all the emojis for all the members in the chat. Love that. What's going on, Cody Gamble and Phil Smart? What's up, man? At least it wasn't the middle finger. I know, man. I know. All right, we caught up with chat. We're time to go into the next segment, which is the pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. Actually, before I get there, I see 21 viewers in the chat and only 11 likes. If you didn't know, when we get to 25 likes, I will give away 5 YouTube memberships, white tier memberships, which will allow you to watch the members only video tomorrow, Wednesday night, where I go over very sneaky information that I find out usually after streaming this video. So yeah, hit the like button. All right, pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. And of course, that means going to SweetSpotDFS.com and taking a look at 2 tools that I have created for you all: historic salary builds and pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. I actually have the Open Championship up here for a reason. I'll mention that here shortly. So the one thing we have to understand, if I go back to the cheat sheet and we take a look, we have all of these 5K golfers, all of them. And unfortunately, in the database, I did not count these golfers as 5K golf or as 6K golfers. I don't believe. Or maybe I did. Oh, I did. Okay. I did. I did here. Right here. I unfortunately did not, now that I remember it correctly, incorporate the 6K golfers that I would call a 7K golfer. So if we go to the price conversion tool, which is on the cheat sheet, I know I'm going all over the place, but if you've been with me throughout this whole video, you understand. The price conversion tool, 10K golfers. I technically only have 5 of them because I've adjusted their salaries based off of what an average salary looks like every single week when there's no 5K golfers, when it's 6K and above. So you normally see 5 10K golfers. Then you see normally 7 9K golfers and 10 8K golfers. So Tom Kim's 8,500. He would, in a normal field, be $8,000. Russell Henley's $9,500. In a normal field, he'd be $9,000. And then you see JT here at $10,100. I've adjusted him down to $9,900. When we come down to the 7K range, this is where it gets really weird. It starts with $8,400 Taylor Pendrith, which in normal weeks would be $7,900. And then it goes all the way down to $6,200, which would be your low 7K range. There are 40 golfers in the 7K range, 41. Just to show you what that looks like, and I already did this earlier on in the video, but if you're just watching this segment, this goes all the way back to me talking about the salary totals. Every year, we normally see 47K golfers at this field, and every single year we have 144 golfers, or close to. Withdrawals obviously kind of take that away. So normally we have 40 golfers. So that's what I adjusted it to this week. You can see five 10K golfers. That matches almost every other year. Some of them had 4, but most of them had 5. Same goes with the 9K range. Some have 6, but one had 8 and another had 7. That's about an average of 7. I guess unless you go back even further, but this is when there was 156 golfers. No, it's 144. I don't know what was going on here. I don't think I adjusted any of the salaries here. But anyways, for these years, right, the 5 years that I was really paying attention to this, all of the totals are nearly the same. So then when we look at the price conversion, again, it went from $8,400 down to $6,200 that make up the 7K range when you adjust their salaries to what an average tournament would be. I unfortunately did not do that on the date or in the database. Unfortunately, I'd have to go back each and every year. This year, I'll definitely update this to reflect the correct salaries as to what I would consider them. But what you will have to do at home, and this is why I had the Open Championship up, is when I look at, if I take out all of the filters and I click into more filters, this is one of the pages where there actually are more filters, and we use min salary of 5,900, 5,000 to 5,900, by the way. Salary use, I want a 49,000 or greater, and then max salary, I just want under 13,000. And we take a look at all of these, you're going to see a lot of the tournaments where there was a golfer that was 12,000 or more, and then one of the minimum salaries was under 6K. Well, when you see this 10, 10, 6, 6, 6, 6, it's like, wow, 2 10Ks and 4 6Ks for the Sweet Spot Optimal. And then for the GPP winner, it's the same thing. But the minimum salary is 5,900. Well, when I go to past optimals and we look at the Open Championship for 2024, the GPP winner, it was 12, 11, 6, 6, 6, 5. Now, I imagine 2, if not 3 of these golfers should be in the 7K range. So really it should be 10, 10, 7, 7, 7, 6. Because again, if you take a look at the cheat sheet that I have, it goes from $8,400 down to $6,200. Now this is just for the Players Championship. The Open Championship could have been way different, and I'd have to go do some research. I most likely posted it in a video for the Open Championship. So I'll have to go back and kind of do my due diligence. But for you guys at home, this is pretty easy. You just go to SweetSpotDFS.com, put in the filters that I just did, salary use, max salary, min salary, and then just take a look at, a lot of the lineups you see here. And what you end up getting, more often than not, here's the summary. This box over here is the summary. This gives you like all of the answers. We have a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6, 10, 10, 8, 7, 6, 6, 10, 9, 3 7s and a 6, 10, 9, 8, 8, 7, 6, 10, 10, those 4 6s that we just talked about, 10, 10, 8 and 3 6s, 10, 10, 8, 7, 7, 6, 10, 10, 8, 8, 6, 6. What's the one thing that you guys are all spotting? Each lineup starts with a 10K golfer. And this is just to go with salaries, right? It's just when I put in the more filters, salary use, max salary, min salary, when I put all those filters in, this is what we get. And this is what I want to see, because this tournament is unique with the 5K range. So when there are 5K golfers available, what do the lineups look like? Each one of them starts with a 10K golfer. So if we clear the filters and I just put in the Players Championship, we can kind of get a look at what most Players Championships look like. And by the way, in 2024, we did have 5K golfers in each 3 of the lineups, the Sweet Spot Optimal, the Optimal, and the GPP winner. But whatever lineup you want to look at, again, I encourage you guys to go to SweetSpotDFS.com and check it out for yourself. All these, this whole page is available for all free users for this week. If you go into the GPP winners just to see what the most common salary builds are, you can see there is one 10-10. By the way, you can drill down into these and it'll show you the year and the salary used, the max salary and the min salary down here in this little details box. But you have a 10-10, 7, 6, 6, 6. Well, let's take a look at see what that looked like. Ooh, I don't like this. This only equals 4. So I definitely need to figure out the 5K range when it comes to some of this stuff. I'll definitely look into it. This is the first time coming across the 5K range. But anyways, if we go here, deselect that and go into players. And we're already on 2024. And was it the GPP winner that we wanted to look at? Yes, GPP winner 49.9. So if we take a look at this one, we had 2 5K golfers, which obviously I count as 6K golfers. And then even in the summary box here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're counting as low 6K golfers. I have one high 6K golfer, which was the $6,800 golfer. Again, I'll have to look into that. I don't know if I actually don't think I like that. So it won't take me that long to update. I don't know if I'll do that tonight, tomorrow, or sometime this week. But yeah, before we get to the Masters, where I imagine we're going to see more 5K golfers, I'm going to want to update that correctly. But you can see last year at the Players Championship, Scotty Scheffler 12-8, and then Xander at 11-3. If I just take away the GPP winner and I sort by salaries from top to bottom, Rory was 11-6. So it wasn't the top 2 price golfers. Scotty 12-8, Xander 11-3. Now they finished 1-2, and that's what has to happen in order for them to be in a winning lineup. But it still happened. And it still could happen this year with Scotty and Rory. So take that for what it's worth. Take that for what it's worth. But you can see, yeah, it does incorporate 2 5K golfers. And for those that are wondering, actually, I'm not going to mention that. I want to bring up the Michael Kim and Alex Smalley talk that was happening in the chat earlier. I don't think Mark Hubbard or Nate Lashley were high-priced 5K golfers. Actually, let's just take a look right now. I am actually really curious to see last year who was the chalk or who were the chalk in the 5K range. So if I go ownership top to bottom and we put a filter on this that's less than or equal to 5,900. Do we have anyone that's like 30%? Nah, nobody really is that high. 3%. So yeah, there's no one that's going to touch Michael Kim this week. Nobody. Nate Lashley down here at 0.1% was in the optimal lineup. Just a by the way, just so you know. Okay, I just wanted to see. I just want to see. Yeah, your most owned golfer won the tournament, by the way. Oof, gotta love fading chalk. It always works out. 100% it works out. Fading chalk works 60% of the time. Or I screwed that one up. 60% of the time, it works all the time if you fade chalk. All right. There are 24 people in the chat and only 16 likes. We get to 25 likes. I'm giving away 5 YouTube memberships. What's going on, Byron? I saw you in the chat. I appreciate you repeating your salary adjustments. I'm not sure if that's sarcasm or not, but yeah, I like to do it for each segment if possible. All right, going back to the past salary builds. I'll have to figure this out to update this, but you guys can come in here, take a look. Basically, the count that's in here is a different formula than what's in here. I actually go in here and manually update what is a 10K range and what's a 7, what's a 6. So that's why the 5Ks you'll see as 6Ks. And that's probably why it's not picking up here, because it's actually looking at the salaries instead of the salary buckets that I put them in. So anyways, yeah, this is all available for you guys to research. And basically what I'm trying to get at is when there is a 5K range, loading up on a couple 10K golfers is not the end of the world, especially when you think about how they're kind of adjusted, where it's not like, you know, two 10K golfers this week are the same as two 10K golfers from last week. They aren't. Anytime you just only have a 6K range, it's really difficult to roster two 10K golfers. But when there's a 5K range, it just immediately opens the door, especially 12.8. 12.8's so cheap for Scotty Scheffler this week. It is the most expensive he's been all year. But when there's a 5K range, that dramatically decreases, I shouldn't say dramatically, but it does decrease his actual salary value. Like 12.8's nothing. It's nothing. So anyways, this is available to you guys. I know I've already said that, but I absolutely love this tool. It gives me an idea what to look at. So for all players championships that date back to what, 2017, I imagine. I had two lineups recorded, and I don't have the GPP in 2017. Do I have it in 2016? No. So from 2017 and on, 80% of all lineups, GPP optimal or SweetSpot optimal, 80% of them. So there's a total of 20. You can see that down here, right above me, 20. 16 of them have a 10K golfer in them. 50% of them have a 9K golfer in them, believe it or not. The lineups where there are no, oh my God, this lineup here starts with a 7K golfer. Your optimal lineup in 2017, 7-7 and then 4 6s. That's crazy. I don't think that's a typo either. 2027 or 2020, Jesus, 2017. We'll deselect that and select optimal. Your winner was Siwoo at 6,600. Then you had Ian Poulter at 6,600 as well, second place. Louis Oosthuizen was second place. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a real lineup, guys. That's a real optimal lineup. Oh, that's insane, dude. Insane. I don't even have Rory's DK points. Now, I don't have all the DK points. Okay. But I did record the Jeep or the optimal, and I got enough points. Check. Okay. My stuff disconnected somehow, some way, for some reason. Okay, we're good. It's all back. We're good. Let's see. I guess I don't really have anything else to bring up when it comes to the salaries. 4 of the years that there weren't a 10K golfer, it started with 9s. So 2 9s, actually 2 9s just all together. What was this optimal lineup? So or GPP winner in 2021, you had to leave $900 on the table. 2021, this one actually used up 49.6. This was your optimal lineup, by the way. That was a 998,776. And then same with your GPP winner in 2022, 998876. Oh, the other one was 998776. So anyways, you're using your salary however you want. But again, the 4 years a 10K golfer did not headline. The hell? Oh boy. Stop. Weird stuff's happening with the computer. No idea. Someone is taking over. Or trying to, at least. Okay. I'm going to start my lineups with a 10K golfer. That's all that I see with this. And I'm not afraid to put 2 10K golfers together, but it kind of looks like the majority. Wish I could sort this by like 10 and then 8. That'd be great. Let's count. Let's see. There's a 10-9, 10-10, 10-8, 10-9, 10-10, 10-7, 10-8, 10-8, 10-8, 10-9, 10-9. So it's kind of an equal mix of 10-9s and 10-8s. like your starting points with 2 10-10s mixed in there. Oh well. I think starting with the 10K golfer is the right way to go, and I actually think it's Scotty Scheffler all the way. Scotty and Ludwig are kind of my two options that I want to play, and I have no issue playing both of those guys together. No issue playing both of those guys together, especially with the 5K golfers that we have down there. Oh my God, I can't wait to build lineups. It'll be fun. Okay, let me catch up with the chat, and then we're going to get into the next segment, which is reviewing last week, which includes the Arnold Palmer and the Puerto Rico Open. Byron saying, "What's up, people? What's up, people?" I tried doing Byron's accent. That didn't really work out. I can like on my phone and TV. Does that count as 2 likes? If it's in the same account, it does not. But if it's 2 different accounts, like Shot Like Harden, who I haven't seen in the chat yet, he has a burner account, so he could. Philip goes, "Does the 10K group include all golfers over 10K?" It does. I should put a 10K plus. Normally anybody that's over 10K, or I should say 5 digits. It's the 5-digit club, the 10K club. Josh Allen with the emoji. Love to see it. Yeah, Philip, for example, 11K or 12K would be included. Absolutely. 1000%. 65% of the time, it works every time. I don't think that's how it works. Smells like straight gasoline. I was gifted a month, thanks. Yeah, hey man, if we get up to 25 likes, I will also, I'll shoot 5 more gifted subs out there. Oberg or JT? I like Oberg more. There's something about Justin Thomas. Like, he's good. Don't get me wrong, he's good, but he's such a disappointment. He's like, he should forever belong between $9,200 and $9,400. That is where talent goes to rot. That is where expectation is still high. And it's where dreams go to get shattered. 9K golfer. The ghost of Minnesota trying to take over my computer. Yeah. The guy is trying to take over, definitely wants to start with a 9K golfer. Yeah, it makes sense. All right, let's move on to a review of let's start with the Puerto Rico Open. If you didn't know, I did include a cheat sheet on this that did have Marquee Tee Times. And did I actually update everything? Did. There we go. Look at me. Okay. We can start at the summary like we normally do, or like I normally do. Go ahead and hide this, and then we can see how many buckets were successful. So I didn't actually have a bucket system for you guys to look at with the Puerto Rico Open. I kind of forgot to ask you guys that if you wanted to see the Puerto Rico Open, we could have went over it in the any of the 2 videos that I did last week, but I forgot, and then no one brought it up either. So anyways, when it comes to the bucket system, each bucket except for the salary buckets down here, the 9K and the low 6K failed, which is whatever. Doesn't really matter to me. Like, I don't like to go over salary buckets all that much. I do and I don't. You could, again, the SweetSpot Optimal, which I'm going to be covering, follows the rules to a T. You can see there's 3 9K golfers in the SweetSpot Optimal. The projection was 1 to 3. When it comes to the low 6Ks, there is 0, but there ended up being 8 that finished inside the top 10. So the other piece to look at are the Marquee Tee Times, which I'll put those on the screen right now. Again, any one of you guys could have done this last week if you used the cheat sheet, because it was available under the alternate tab. And I'm not going to, you guys can already tell. Matty Schmid was both in the optimal lineup and the SweetSpot Optimal. No one else in his group was in either. And why that's important for those that are new to the channel, we want to select 2 to 4. 2 to 4. I know that I have this finger up. That doesn't count as 1, except for when I say it does. 2 to 4. And you don't want them paired up together. So Matty Schmid's in the optimal lineup, and he's also in the Sweet Spot optimal. That's what this green color indicates. Nicholas Norgard Moeller was also in the Sweet Spot optimal, but he was in the GPP. So technically there's only one optimal lineup golfer, but then in the next group after the Marquee Tee Times, you had Joseph Bramlett, and then you had Stephen Fisk right under that. Now this was an alternate event, so you got a lot of random dudes. Hey, there's actually two golfers who finished first and second, by the way, that weren't in the Marquee Tee Times that were paired up together. So just for you guys to see that, I love being transparent. I've got no issue doing that. But when it comes to the Marquee Tee Times, when the Sweet Spot optimal, Sweet Spot optimal is here too. It just was never going to have either of these golfers in the Marquee Tee Times. So it does include in the Sweet Spot optimal. Either way. Again, you don't pair them up together in the Sweet Spot optimal, and you just saw that nobody from the Marquee Tee Times were paired up together. Your optimal scored $777. It was the holy number, the holy trinity. The GPP winning lineup scored 700.5. So just pretend it's like 700 on the button. So optimal scored 777, and the Sweet Spot optimal scored 751.5. So it was not the $5 GPP, it was the $1 GPP. So anyways, yeah. Sweet Spot optimal did its thing. Nicholas Norgard Moeller. Really, I didn't have to put him in a lineup. I just decided to put a 10K golfer, but what you could have done instead is maybe go Chan Kim, Kevin Roy, and then these four golfers. No, you could not have. That was too much. That is overpriced. Maybe not. Let's see, who else could we do instead of 7,700? I mean, I could go 63. That's 49.1. I don't like that. We go 69. Yeah. So like this is $49,700. And you wouldn't have paired up anybody. And what would it have scored? If it's more than the other one, I'll just change it. 739. It wasn't. It was 12 points behind, but it still was 39 points above the $1 GPP winning lineup. So could have went that route, and I imagine that might have been the Sweet Spot optimal. If, you know, the Norgard Moeller and Carl Phillips pairing was actually in the Marquee Tee Times. But either way, Sweet Spot process would have taken down a GPP for the Puerto Rico Open. And then when it comes to the Arnold Palmer Invitational, you can see a couple of buckets here failed. So this one says 0 to 2, and I marked it as a 0 to 3. I even had in the optimizer as a 0 to 3, and I'm not sure why. I was trying to look back at the video that I did last week, and it has 0 to 3. So if you wanted to go look at the strategy video from last week, I had it in there as 0 to 3, and I didn't even explain why. So I'm not sure why I had it 0 to 3. I think, and I did try to build lineups where it was 2. When I built lineups when it was 2, it did not beat the GPP winning lineup. So I don't know why it was 3, but I just went with it. And then this bucket here is technically a 0 to 3 bucket. So this one also was successful. So this one was not. I'll own up to that, unless it was actually supposed to be 3. If it was supposed to be 3, then it was successful. But again, I don't know why I had it as 3. And then this one was successful. So we're either looking at 35 out of 36 buckets correct, or we're looking at 36 out of 36 buckets correct. My apologies for not knowing this one. I have no idea why I didn't. Maybe it has something to do with the optimal lineups, like having a max of 3. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. So anyways, going on to the Marquee Tee Times from last week. This was every 2, or there were 2 golfers in a group. So I can zoom in a little bit more. And what you can find out here is also golfers were not paired up together inside the optimal or the Sweet Spot optimal lineup. So there were 3 golfers in the GPP winning lineup: Shane Lowry, Keegan Bradley, and Sung Ji Im, that were in the Marquee Tee Times. There were 2 golfers, Keegan Bradley and Tommy Fleetwood, that were in the Sweet Spot optimal, but there's only 1 golfer that was in the optimal. So last week actually failed to produce, for the 2 tournaments, at least 2 golfers in the optimal lineup for the Marquee Tee Times. But once again, There was a golfer, this time 2 groups below the Marquee Tee Times were in the Puerto Rico Open. It was just 1 group that was also in the optimal. So maybe the sweet spot scores needed to be dialed in differently, but when I look at the golfers above, I don't see how it would have been done. I don't think I'd ever put oh, I'm sorry. I guess it was these 2 groups. It was Straka and Finau, not Straka and McCarthy. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? Oh my God. I think, hold on, let me see something. Straka and Finau's ranking is 42. That actually is still behind Theegala and Rai, and this one is 37. Oh, never mind. Oh, this one right here. This is 45. Technically, so at first I do it by ranking, but then I'll look at the total score and I'll adjust it. This group probably should be down in group 11 or 12 because their ranking together is higher than any of these other guys down. This is 37. This is 40. It wouldn't be that group right there. It'd be this one. That's 42. This is 41. So Straka and Tony Finau still would have been like group 10 or 11. So they wouldn't have been in the Marquee Tee Times. Anyways, what matters is, does the Sweet Spot Optimal beat the GPP winning lineup? And when I go over and take a look, let's actually zoom out a little bit. Your optimal lineup scored 592.5 points, left $1,600 on the table. The GPP winning lineup scored 573. That's pretty darn close, man. It was a good lineup for the GPP, the $5 GPP. That is 19 points behind. 18 and a half, actually. So the Sweet Spot Optimal had to score somewhere between 573 and 592. It scored 576. So it was literally 3 points above the $5 GPP winning lineup. It used 49.8, where the GPP scored 50,000, or used up 50,000, I should say. And you can kind of see the golfers here. So in blue, you have the GPP winning lineup. Their worst golfer finished 19th, but Sungjae scored 80 points, which was better than Justin Rose, who finished 8th, as well as Benny Ann, who finished 8th. So when it comes to DK scoring, like if I were to sort it by DK scoring instead, where is he? Right here, Sungjae M. He was the 10th best scoring golfer on the slate. Daniel Berger also didn't finish inside the top 10, but he was the 9th. I mean, I guess he tied. Him and Sungjae actually tied. They're the 9th best score on the DK slate last week. So that was a hell of a lineup by the GPP winner. And then you can see the Sweet Spot Optimal included Corey Connors and then Tommy Fleetwood down here, who scored, 4.5 points less than Sungjae. But still, Corey Connors outscored Shane Lowry by 7.5 points. And that's where you get your 3 points difference. Here's one other thing I want to note. If you're with me during the members only video Wednesday, you see all the little colors here? They're a little bit different under the names. We talked about this during the members only video. And if I go ahead and go salaries top to bottom, and then I put a filter on salaries, and I filter out by condition, I go between 7,900 and 7,000. So we're just looking at the 7K range. I mentioned the 7K combo buckets that I used to do, but haven't had time to do since building the website. And then I sort by the Honda Classic or the Cognizant Classic. And you can see now the colors match, right? What do they indicate? Well, in this group down here, they did not play at the Honda Classic. These 7K golfers here. The red up here, they finished inside the top 20 at the Cognizant Classic. I know I said the Honda, but the Cognizant Classic. It was those two groups. You want to know something really funny? If you go watch the members only video, which means you have to be a member in order to watch it, I first started out the 7K combo buckets by doing that. Completely cutting out those 3 golfers. What did they end up shooting? What did they end up doing? They missed the cut. Taylor Pendrith, Davis Thompson, and Cameron Young. All three of them missed the cut. Imagine knowing that information before building lineups, that you can just cross off some of these golfers. That's what you get in the members only video. And then what did I tell you guys? I said, you wanted to select 1 to 2 golfers from here. Or no, I'm sorry. I said 0 to 2. 0 to 2 golfers from here. 0 to 2 golfers from here. But collectively, you wanted to make the filter 2 to 3. 2 to 3. Collectively, between the two. Obviously, if you do not have access to an optimizer that allows you to do that, it's very difficult. I understand. What you would have to do would be to anchor around some of those golfers. So if you did like Michael Kim and you did like Corey Connors, well, you got 2 of the optimal lineup golfers. And then building lineups around them might have been easy. It might have been super simple to get to some of the other golfers you needed to get to. But how accurate for those members in the chat that did watch? Do you remember this piece? If you do, put a yes in the chat. Do you remember me talking about this during the members only video? Just to tell people that I'm not blowing smoke. I'm not paying anybody to say this either, but I know this is part of the members only video. If you went and looked, you could have saw that. And what do you see? You see 3 optimal lineup golfers, and none of the segments were greater than 2. So if you wanted to select 0 to 2 here, well, we got 1. And then 0 to 2 here, we have 2. Yeah, Corey Connors and Jason Day. It's amazing. I have to get back to the combo buckets. And I intend on building those tools, by the way. I intend to build those tools. Bill Smart upgraded his membership to white tier. Woo! Think that deserves one of these. Should be louder, but you're what? There we go. I'll bring up the combo buckets tomorrow night as well. So anyways, yeah. And again, I mean, the reason that I did that last week during the members only, well, one is to give a little extra information to members only and basically to, as a way to thank you for, adding a little extra to becoming a member, but also it takes time. It takes time to research all this stuff. And sometimes you don't have enough time to research it Tuesday night. So that's why I do it Wednesday. Like I said, my members only videos Wednesday nights are me bringing because I'm still going to watch videos after this, just to throw it out there for you guys. Here's my page, or here's in my other browser. I still have yet to watch the full Pat Mayo with Byron and Ben Raza. I want to watch that to get some information. I have Rick Run Good also. I'll watch this just to see what he has to say. Now, don't get me wrong. How am I going to say this? 1, I don't want to shoot myself in the foot. But 2, I want to be as real with you guys as possible. Rick is a data analyst, but I know more about data, like how to analyze golf data, than Rick does. And it's like, so when I watch him, I want to get some information that maybe I didn't think of, or maybe there's some insider knowledge that he has because he's obviously part of the CBS network. But when it comes to analytics, I could not care less what Rick Gaiman has to say. I understand some of you guys like it, and I get why. I mean, he is a data guy, but I absolutely hate how he analyzes data. And there's going to be a strokes gain video that I'm going to create somewhere down the road. And I will discuss more about why people get strokes gain analysis wrong. I do mention it in a lot of my videos. They just get it wrong. And then Pat Mayo, godfather of DFS golf, like, I get it. He's very entertaining. I also want to get information from him because he also steers the masses into making decisions and that stuff. I just think it's all useful. even if it isn't, like it's all useful. So I'll listen to more. I like to listen to Wiley and Keith Stewart. I really, really value Keith Stewart's opinion on everything, but just because he is a PGA Tour or a PGA member, or he was, which is what I was aspiring to be. It's not to be on the tour. It's just to be a person who can give lessons with a PGA moniker or certification next to your name, basically. And I like that. And of course, there's other people I like to listen to, but I don't really take everything for truth, but I definitely take everything for knowledge and information. So anyways, I take that into Wednesday nights and I just add more to it, because I'll also be listening tomorrow morning, whatever other content I can possibly listen to, other analysis. That's what I should really be selling you on, is I will also do deeper dives into my own stats, including the combo buckets. So that's what I'll provide Wednesday night during the members only videos. So yeah, Bill, thank you for upgrading your membership, and anybody else that's interested. Oh, by the way, if we get 5 more likes on this video, I will give away 5 white tier memberships. 5 white tier memberships. And they go randomly to those that are subscribed to the channel. I kid you not, you have to be subscribed to the channel. And also, you have to enable your gift giving. If you don't know how to do that, just hit the little money symbol next to the chat. This isn't me trying to get you to I'm not tricking you into buying anything from me. Hit the money symbol, and then it should be the very top of that little pop-up that happens that says gift giving enabled, and it should be like a little slider bar, I'm pretty sure. You have to click that on in order to be eligible to get the YouTube memberships that are given. So just be on the lookout for that. Okay. That's a hell of a review for the Puerto Rico and Arnold Palmer. Kind of got on my sales shoes on, I guess. Let me read the chat. I saw Phil come in with the upgrade. So again, thank you. Shot Like Harden enters the chat. What's going on, man? We need Jesse the Body soundbite. Oh, that's right. Remind me later tonight or maybe tomorrow, and I'll try to add Jesse the Body. Ventura is down in the Baja, I believe that. Let's go, says Shot Like Harden. What's up, man? Anything happen in golf? Fowler could play well. He certainly can. He has been playing decent all year, really. Yes, I had Kim Connors in my lineup. Bizzle says yes. That was me asking for people who heard it. Shot Like Harden says, don't say it. Don't say it. All good. You're running a business. Yeah, but I'm trying to be transparent with you guys. Like, that's my main goal. Like, I am not a snake or a snake oil salesman. I'm not selling you snake oil to rejuvenate your skin. That's not at all what I'm trying to do. And I also don't want to badmouth other people. It's just, I mean, really the PGA DFS content creation space could be improved a little bit. Just saying. Byron goes, dude, Keith is the best guy in the world. I spent 3 of the 4 days of the President Cup with him, and he is just the nicest guy. He seems like the nicest guy. He's very knowledgeable. Everything that I've learned in the golf industry, he echoes. And it's like, well, of course I'm going to believe anything well, not anything, but I will believe most of what he has to say because it's PGA knowledge. It literally, it's PGA professional knowledge. The stuff that he knows is what every other PGA professional knows and what every tour player knows. So it's like, it's hard to like listen to him, or not so much listen to him. It's hard to think he would ever lie about something or be wrong about something when it comes to the PGA Tour. Just throwing that out there. I don't even know Keith, but I can tell he's a genuine dude by the way that he talks and the things that he says. Okay. Get into the bucket system. All right, so if you are new to the channel, I have a cheat sheet that's available for you guys. You can find it on SweetSpotDFS.com under the fantasy tools. Here, I'll go to it right now. You just go to the fantasy tools and find cheat sheet. You can kind of see it at the top right of your screen. If you just click on cheat sheet, it'll bring you to a page that looks like this. Scroll down, click here for cheat sheet. And then this will bring you to the actual cheat sheet where you can look at the bucket system yourself. So this is available for you if you want to follow along. Now I have mine up. Basically what I like to do is I like to put a filter on this. And you will have a filter available on yours. So the first thing that I do is go into the minimum projection column. Click on that filter and go filter by condition and greater than or equal to 1. And technically, these would be all of your anchor buckets because you want to play at least one of the golfers. But you will see some that don't even get over 2 in the max projection bucket. So what I like to do then is go into this and go greater than or equal to 2. And what I mean by this, the max projection filter, greater than or equal to 2. And this technically, actually, this truly are all the anchor buckets. So we have how many? 12. And this basically just tells you want to play at least one golfer from each of these buckets. Now, one golfer from each of these buckets, you could actually have a golfer that fits inside several of these buckets. And maybe that lowers that number for you from the buckets. And it might be the only golfer from those buckets. Just throwing that out there. It might be the only golfer from those buckets that is inside the top 10, because that's all that I'm looking at. I want to get all 6 of my golfers inside the top 10. I obviously am aiming for the target. Yeah, I am aiming for the target, and the target is the optimal lineup. But you have to be aware of that. And sometimes these max numbers might include golfers too expensive to fit into one lineup. That might not be this week because of how soft salary pricing is, but it's just something to keep to be aware of. So the last piece I like to do in these videos, just to speed it up a little bit, you're going to see there are 50 golfers in some of these buckets, 40. So I will actually clear everything out and just select up to a number I feel comfortable of. I'm not going to lie, 22 is really what I feel comfortable up to, but let's see what 29 includes. Yeah, we'll keep it here. 4 buckets. Just for the video, 4 buckets. But again, you don't have to do the bucket totals. But for the video, I'm just going to include 4 buckets. Last year ones, golfers who topped 20th here last year. Last week twos, golfers who finished 20th to 40th place last week, which includes not only the Arnold Palmer Invitational, but also the Puerto Rico Open. Then it's course history twos, which is pretty good course history. And strokes gained 1, which are all stats are positive. These are basically your best golfers in the field, stat-wise. So the first bucket we're going to look at, last year ones. So again, if you're following along with me, which I encourage you to do, you would go to the dream sheet and sort it by salary top to bottom. And make sure there's a filter on it, by the way. And then we go into the last year bucket, clear everything out, and only select 1. So when we select 1, we get our golfers. There are 22 golfers. Does that actually match? It does. This year's total, 22. Now the projection is 1 to 4. And if you're confused by that, I always round down. I'll zoom in so you guys can see it better. I always round down with the minimum projection. So this is 1.87. I round down to 1. 3.12, I round up to 4. And when I pull up the optimizer, which incorporates all of this, you're going to see last year 1 is 1 to 4. And if you can't see it that well, let me zoom in even more. 1 to 4 for the last year 1 bucket. So when I build lineups at the end of this video, it incorporates all of the bucket system rules. That's why I like the optimizer. I don't have to consciously think about, okay, I need at least 1 golfer from here, 1 golfer from there, 1 golfer from here. The optimizer does it for me. So 1 to 4. Now, when we take a look at this, we have 4 golfers that are $10,000 and above. Technically, we have 3 golfers because if we adjust Ludwig's salary, he actually drops down into the 9K range. If you don't know about that, I have to remind you Byron will love this to remind you. Actually, I'm sorry. Ludwig is in the 10K range. I was wrong. Good thing I went to this. There's a price conversion sheet on the cheat sheet that shows you what their adjusted salaries are according to what the average salary, what would we call it? The salary sheets that you normally see every single week for DraftKings. Because this week is different. There's a 5K range. Most weeks there are not. And actually, I shouldn't even say most weeks. Most of the time, DraftKings does not include a 5K range. It is just, 5 or 6K up to 10K, including an 11K here and there. And for those that I know had asked me this question before, yes, 12,800 is included in the 10K range. 11.5 is included in the 10K range. So 2 is 11.1. So it's just 10K and above. Let's put it that way, 10K and above. So yeah, anyways, yeah, there are 4 golfers 10K and above. All 4 of them can finish inside the top 10. You cannot play all 4 of them in a lineup. So despite that this bucket says 1 to 4, the projection's 1 to 4, if those top 4 golfers do finish inside the top 10, that will eliminate the rest of these golfers. And so really, you probably only can play 2. So I only mention that because I don't want you guys getting married to the idea, oh, this is a great bucket. We want 4 golfers from this bucket no matter what. Likelihood you can't. And to be honest, and to actually add to that, if you take a look at the optimal lineup section here, we've never seen more than 2 golfers from this bucket in the optimal lineup. And we haven't seen more than 2 golfers inside the top 5. So keep all of that in mind because it is worth mentioning and it's worth thinking about. And it could literally be Scotty, 12-8, and Rory being your 2 guys. Then you really couldn't play anyone else. If they finished first, second, like last year when Xander and Scotty finished first last year and Xander finished second, they were in the optimal lineup together. There's a 12K golfer and 11K golfer. It didn't matter who else was in the bucket because you couldn't put those golfers together. But yeah, so okay, we have 3 9K golfers, Matsuyama, Clark, and Shane Lowry. I like all 3 of them this week. Then we have 3 8K golfers, Mav McNeely, Sepp Straka, which he's 9th in my model. He's highly rated for everybody in the DFS industry. Everybody loves Sepp Straka. For good reason. If you want to eat all the chalk, go for it. I actually don't have an issue with that because most of you guys already know I don't care about ownership. The optimal lineup does not care about ownership. There is no mystical or universal thing that happens when, all of us who play DraftKings decide to play one golfer more than anyone else. The ownership does not affect his performance. That's just the one thing to note. Ownership does not affect performance. Maybe you guys have a little superstition in you and you think that's going to happen. I haven't, you know what? I guess I can't say for sure that doesn't happen, but it's unlikely. Very unlikely. Okay. 7K range. Well, we have 6 golfers in the 7K range. Sahith Theegala shows up in the optimizer a lot. I was building lineups before jumping on. Theegala does show up a lot. Be prepared for that. Those that want lineups built, be prepared for that. And then we have Kitayama, Gim, Ryder, Shank, Lashley, and Damon. Damon is a very interesting choice just based off of his year-long performance when it comes to DraftKings points and his salary. He might be one of the highest rated value golfers on the slate. I don't mind going to Joel Damon. I also don't mind going to Doug Gim, $5,600. But that's the choice you have. 4 golfers at max from this bucket to be in your lineups. So yeah, I know a lot of you guys like Damon. I know a lot of you guys like Gim. There's also the conversation of Straka and Siwoo in your lineups. And then the mix of these golfers. Well, you could put 4 of these golfers together, whether it's like Scheffler, Straka, Damon, and Gim, Or you change out Scheffler with McIlroy, or Scheffler with Schauffele, or Scheffler with Oberg, and you have your 4 golfers, but you don't want to play more than that. You do not want to play more than that. The next bucket are last week 2s. We have 1 to 4, or I'm sorry, 1 to 3 out of this one. So let's take a look. These are your golfers who finished inside that 20 to 40 range last week at the Arnold Palmer and the Puerto Rico Open. Just throwing that out there. It's also including the Puerto Rico Open. So we have how many golfers? 23. And it starts out with Xander. By the way, Ludwig is in this bucket. Oh my God, that just makes me like Ludwig all that much more. He finished 22nd last week. So JT's in this bucket. Cantlay, Matsuyama. I mean, here are the golfers we just saw in the last bucket. Xander, Ludwig, Matsuyama, Clark, Brian Harmon, Matt Fitzpatrick, and that's it. So those 6 golfers. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Being in multiple buckets doesn't ensure that a golfer is going to finish inside the top 10. It just increases their chances. So if you like that, hey, there's a reason to play Xander this week. Maybe it's the bucket system. Maybe it's the bucket system. Because obviously he came back from his rib injury or his rib surgery. And, you know, he looked pretty shaky. He ended up finishing, what, 40th place on the button. It's not super great, but, you know, is that enough to shake off the rust? I don't know. Ludwig seems like a good choice. I really do like Matsuyama this week. And again, this bucket projections 1 to 3. So no more than 3 golfers you want to play from this group, from this bucket, which might seem difficult because there are a lot of good names to consider and well within the, you know, price of reason, basically. I know Big Tone is being talked up quite a bit. There was some discussion with Zalatoris. Do you feel comfortable playing him or not? I don't know. Matsuyama, Cantlay, we like those golfers. And then you kind of have your lower priced guys down here. Grazerman was one of the top 7K choices last week that the optimizer kept choosing. I don't mind going back to Grazerman. I also don't mind Glover. Spawn kind of disappointed me quite a bit last week. And then the rest of them I don't really care for. You can mix and match. That's fine. I got no issue if you want to play any of these guys down here. I'm just choosing not to focus on any of those golfers. If they show up in the optimizer, wonderful. But I am definitely not trying to target any of them. If I'm targeting any golfer from here, it would be Oberg, Matsuyama. That's really all that I feel comfortable. And I guess JT. Those are the only 3 golfers I feel comfortable targeting. I will have exposure to Schauffele, Cantlay, Clark, Finau. That's probably it. I know Adam Scott's going to show up. He's 15th in the model. I think we need to start calling Adam Scott the default guy. He is your default creative player. I know it's Adam Scott. I know how prestigious his career is, but he's always around the $7,500 mark, and he's always good in the rankings. And then he always has these subpar finishes. He finished 36th last week. Like, that's just whatever, dude. He doesn't play enough to really be competitive. So anyways, he probably makes the cut and he probably gets you like a 20th to 30th place finish. Maybe a 16th. But holy crap. Let me finish the bucket system. I just realized we went way past to do a roll call. If you're still in the chat right now, do me a favor, hit the like button. Once we get 3 more likes, I'm going to give away 5 free YouTube memberships. And if you want a membership, you do have to be subscribed to the channel. At least that's what the YouTubes tell me. Be subscribed to the channel and enable your gift giving, because I have a feeling we're going to get to three more likes. There we go. We got 1 more like. So we just need 2 more. Once we get to 2 more, I'm going to give it away. And my roll call, which will happen in probably 5 minutes, it'll be worth 2 entries. I'm going to give you 2 entries, so it's worth sticking around. If you're still in the chat, stick around. In about 5 minutes, I will do a roll call worth 2 entries, just to make up for the fact that I forgot to do one earlier. And then if you come around in chat, or if you come around on the YouTube comments, if you just type in "let's hit the sweet spot" in the chat, I will get you 2 entries that way. For those that are in the live live, you only get one entry. But those that missed earlier, that's my makeup for you guys. So anyways, this is the last week 2 bucket going into course history 2s. I see we just got one more like. We're one away from giving out 2 free, or not 2, geez, 5 YouTube memberships. Okay, course history 2s. There we go. We get Scheffler, McIlroy, Thomas, Matsuyama. So Matsuyama's been in all the buckets so far. Trying to see if anyone else has been. Fleetwood's in this one. Sungjae. I kind of like Sungjae this week. Siwoo. The projection for this bucket is 1-3. Doug Gim is a favorite amongst many. I do like Matty Schmid, but it is very difficult for me to go away from like a Scotty Scheffler. If I wanted to do Scotty and Ludwig lineups, Ludwig's not in this bucket. But if I want to do Scotty and Ludwig, which I think is a very fantastic place to start. If not him, Rory and him seems great. So does Justin Thomas. And by him, I mean Oberg. So JT Oberg, Scheffler Oberg, McIlroy Oberg, I think those are fine. But I'm kind of feeling Scheffler Matsuyama as well. Like you could do that this week. 10, I don't think you can go 10, 10, 9. I don't think that's actually possible. But if there was a replacement, I actually don't mind. Okay, one, I don't mind Scotty with these 3 golfers. McIlroy, Thomas, Matsuyama, one of them. So let's just pretend that's one, and then we'll pretend I'm picking one of these. Doesn't matter which one. So I have 2. I can pick a 3rd one. If I do, it's going to be really difficult to get to someone like Sungjae. I probably have to hang out down in this range somewhere. And if I were to choose, I think it's Jason Day. Like I wouldn't mind going Scheffler, Matsuyama and Day, Scheffler Thomas and Day, Scheffler McIlroy and Day, or even like Scheffler Sungjae and Day. I think those are really good lineups to start with. Oh, we hit 25 likes. We hit 25 likes. Okay. After I go over the next bucket, I'm going to do the giveaway. I don't really have Corey Connors 12th in my model, $7,900. That seems too cheap. I imagine a lot of lineups are going to start with Sepp Straka and Corey Connors is my guess. I don't see how they can't. I mean, it seems like it's going to. Okay, so the last bucket to talk about are your strokes gained 1 golfers, and the best way to do this is just clear every filter that you have currently and then just sort by the strokes gained bucket. And it's literally all these golfers that are in green. We've got Scheffler, McIlroy, Schauffele, Colin Morikawa, the first time seeing him show up in these marquee or these anchor buckets. First time, Colin Morikawa. But there's Matsuyama. So again, like I like Scheffler. I also like McIlroy. I don't mind Schauffele. I also really like Morikawa. And actually that kind of brings me, oh, I suppose we did look at, no, we didn't. We didn't look at Morikawa. I don't mind doing Scheffler Morikawa lineups. Like think of, oh, man, I guess that's really difficult to do. I'm thinking about like Scheffler, Morikawa, Matsuyama. Or I guess Sungjae. Sungjae's not in this bucket. So Scheffler, Morikawa, Sungjae, that might be too rich. That might be too expensive. You know how I said about Sahith showing up in the optimizer? He's also in this bucket. We have decisions to make, ladies and gentlemen. These golfers right here, there are 7 of them. The projection on this bucket is 1-3. Oof. I don't know, man. If it's not Scotty, you still got a big list of golfers to choose from. I mean, it narrows our chances, but oof, it is difficult. Difficult. Okay. So those are your anchor buckets. Hopefully you all understood what or how to read the bucket system. So again, you can find all this stuff. Well, Well, one, I have a bucket system video that you can find in the description of this video. You just click on that link. It'll bring you to a bucket system video that explains what they are. I also have a bucket system article on SweetSpotDFS.com that you can read to know what that is. But in order to read this, the projections, I did mention it earlier in this segment. So if you're watching this on replay, you can rewind. If you're watching it live right now, you can also rewind to the earlier portion. And basically, you see the little bucket that's up there? I've been doing that with a lot of my segments, is there'll be a different symbol that you see. So it helps you when scrolling through also where or what segment it is. So kind of a little cheeky way to do that, but it is available for you guys to use. All right. So we just went over the buckets. What golfers? Here's the first roll call. Out of all the golfers you just saw going through all the anchor buckets, who do you like the most? Who are you anchoring your lineups around? That is the first roll call. And again, you get double credit. So you will get 2 entries for answering this question. And while you guys are answering this question, I am going to give away 5 gifted memberships, white tier memberships. The ownership doesn't is performance, but affects your lineup's performance. I don't agree, actually. I don't. Is it me, or is the 5K range better than most of the 6K? Yeah, it kind of is. Oh, and Byron says if we get to 30 likes on the video, he'll gift 5 too. I will actually gift an additional 5 if we get to 30 likes. So if we've got new people in the chat that have not yet liked this video, like it. If we get up to 30, that'll be an additional 10 memberships. I will match Byron's 5 if we get to 30. I will match it. Did not have surgery, just rested. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't know that. Michael Kim and Novak in 5K is wild. Yeah. All right. Let me gift. Membership gifting. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give you all. I'm gonna put a timer on the clock. On the clock, Jesus, on the screen. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to make sure that you have gift giving enabled. You have to have gift giving enabled. If you don't know what that is, you have to go down to the money symbol down here. Click on the money symbol, and it should be on the pop-up. On that pop-up, it'll say enable gift receiving or gift giving. Make sure that's checked to yes. Or if it just has a little box to go in and make sure you do that. Because when I give these away, you got to be subscribed to the channel and you have to have that enabled. If it's not enabled, it's not going to work. You're not going to get... you will not get a membership. So just make sure. I'm going to give you some time to do that. Shot Like Harden likes Scotty. Nathan Johnson likes Hideki. I was about to put Nathan Johnson's name as Hideki. By the way, not having use of your pinky on things like this, very difficult. Very difficult. Lombardi Lee wants Tommy Fleetwood. I like it. Lombardi Lee. How about Lombardi Lee? Cody Gamble wants Oberg. I love that. I really like Oberg. Dave Dean, what's going on? Nice to see you. Dave likes Morikawa. Oh, Cody Gamble. Oh, I already put him in there. Just kidding. There I go with my streamer eyes and streamer brain. Tim, what's going on, man? Tim Tulos. Phil Smart. Oh, I love it. Using the emoji. Love it. Free Scotty. Brady McFootball, what's up, man? First time seeing you in here. It's a crazy name, dude. Did your parents give it to you? Is that their last name also? John Bizzle? There you go. Again, I'm making up for the fact that I did not do a roll call earlier at the 1 hour mark. So I'm doing extra credit. You want an additional entry into the giveaway for $5 next week, and then this goes into the monthly giveaway. So the new subscriber goal is 850 subscribers. 850, and there are new giveaway. There's new giveaways for the monthly. No longer am I giving away $100. Instead, what I'm doing is you will either get if we reach the goal that's on the screen, I will give out an annual, I'll give out an annual membership to SweetSpotDFS.com. So if we reach the goal, that's a $200 value. And then if we get to, if we don't reach the goal, oh, Tim, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Love the super. If we reach if we reach a subscriber goal that you see on the screen all the way over there to the left, by the end of the month, the first Tuesday of the next month is when I will run the giveaway. I will give away an annual membership. It's all in the description. The details are in the description of this video. If we don't reach the subscriber goal, I'll give away a $20 giveaway or value giveaway, which is in the monthly subscription to SweetSpotDFS.com. GD Knight, what's going on, man? Where am I typing right? It's not over here. All right, so I've given enough time for you guys to get your gift giving enabled. All right, so here are the 5 free memberships. I hope some of you guys get them that are in the chat right now. This goes to anyone who subscribed. So if they're not in the chat, it will go to them if they're subscribed and they've got gift giving available. So gifting 5 right now. Let's see who it is. Cody Gamble gets one. Bob Hay, JK Lawrence, GD Knight, and Joey B, and BG Littleneck. There we go. Good Night just coming in and oh, Good Night didn't get one. I'm sorry. you messaged right in between the gifts being given. JK Lawrence, Bob Hale. By the way, if we get 5 more likes on the video, there will be 10 memberships given away. 10 additional memberships given away. So throwing that out there for those that are watching on replay. For those watching on replay, of course, this isn't going to happen now, but in the future, just put down, let's hit the sweet spot, and you'll get 2 entries. 2. For those in the chat right now, if you go in after this and you put in, let's hit the sweet spot down in the comments, you get 1 additional entry. So, throwing that all. You still skipped me. That's because you're a member already. I can't give memberships to people who are members. Anyways, appreciate y'all. Oh, we got 28 likes. Now we're 2 away. We are 2 away from an additional 10 memberships being given away. 2 away. What a stream. What a stream. Here we go. All right, so we just went over the anchor buckets. The last thing to talk about is the Marquee Tee Times before we start building lineups. So let's get right into that. You can also follow along with me on the cheat sheet. Oh, I still missed you for roll call? Okay, well, here, we'll do the transition again. How did I miss you? I did miss you. I am so sorry. Still missed you. Way to keep me honest. Way to keep me honest. There we go. We get AJ in there now. Okay, well, guess what we're doing? Start it over. You won $100 in some tickets. API was a continuation of the Genesis Invitational where I put $100 in and I lost it all. So it wasn't good for me. And that's because of biases that I'll talk about when we get to lineup building, because I should listen to the optimizer more than I do. And I choose to fight it every single day, every single week. And it's because I like players and I dislike players. Completely biased. The bucket system is supposed to take away the bias from me, and I still am biased. Anyways, let's go back. Marquee Tee Times. Okay, you can follow along with me on the cheat sheet. The thing you're going to want to do is put a filter on the dream sheet and filter by group rank. I believe it's column O for you guys. So if you do that, you'll see that all the golfers here will be highlighted, like all their sweet spot ranks will be highlighted over in column A. So if I go ahead, let's see, can I zoom in just a little bit more? There we go, perfect. So if I highlight every 3 golfer, what you're gonna find out is these are golfers that are paired up together. And what makes them in a marquee tee time is that their sweet spot rank, the score that's in column 1, when you add them together, they're lower than the group below them, and so on and so forth. So these are the top 9 groups in the field this week for Thursday and Friday, because they will play Thursday together and they will play Friday together. And what we've learned is that dating back to 2021, it's around 95% of the time, 2 to 4 golfers, 2 to 4. I know the pinky doesn't go down, but bear with me. 2 to 4. 2 to 4 of the golfers from the Marquee Tee Times find themselves in the optimal lineup. And the crazy part about that is they're not paired up together. And I guess what I mean by that is you're not going to have Scotty Scheffler in group 1. You're not going to have Scotty Scheffler, McIlroy, and or Xander Schauffele all in the optimal lineup. They might finish inside the top 10, but due to their DraftKings points that they score, only one of them will be in the optimal lineup. And I'm not forecasting anything with that group. I'm just giving an example. But we could use even a better group. This Finau, McNeely, Harmon lineup, or a group down here, $9,200, $89, and $7,600. This gives you a bit more flexibility when building lineups. Don't pair those guys up together, because I'm a guy that likes to play the numbers. I would much rather be on the 95% of the time versus the 5% of the time where golfers are not paired up together, or golfers from the same group are not in the optimal lineup together. So basically how it's going to look like, and this is what's going to go into lineup building here shortly, I'm going to ask you guys pretty soon to give me 2 to 4 golfers to build your lineups around. I'm going to ask you for 2 to 4 golfers to build lineups around, and I want you to focus on the Marquee Tee Times. So again, how this is going to work out is basically, do you like Scotty? If you want Scotty, or let's not start with Scotty. Let's start with something easier. Right here, Colin Morikawa, Fleetwood, and Adam Scott. Well, Adam Scott would fit a lot of lineups, but let's say you like Morikawa better. That means you cross out Fleetwood and Adam Scott from building lineups with. And maybe we want to choose someone to put Colin Morikawa with. Well, we can put Matsuyama together with them. They're not in the same group. They're right next to each other, but they're not in the same group. So now I got a 10-5 and a 9-9. That's a good way to start your lineups. Well, as I look at some of these other groups, that means I could also put together, let's go back to, I was going to go Adam Scott, but I can't do Adam Scott. Let's go back to Brian Harmon at $7,600. Now I have 3 golfers that actually give me a lot of salary flexibility. So there's 3 golfers there. Now I got to find a 4th one, and maybe I don't. Maybe I just stick at 3. Maybe I don't like any of the other guys. We do not have to choose 4. We don't even have to choose 3. Maybe the 2 that you see on the screen, Matsuyama and Morikawa, are the only golfers that you want to build your lineups around. That's exactly within the within the rules of the Marquee Tee Times. But let's just say you wanted to find a 4th golfer. Well, you kind of have to find someone that's somewhat cheap in order to make these lineups really work out. And I guess you go with someone like Cam Davis or Aaron Rai. Aaron Rai is probably a better choice, honestly. So I selected 4 golfers. That fits within the Marquee Tee Time rules. What wouldn't work is kind of what I mentioned before. So I would just remove Rai, remove Harmon, and let's say I like Adam Scott. Can't do that because Morikawa and Scott are in the same lineup. They're in the same tee time, the same Marquee Tee Time. And again, I'm someone who would rather play the numbers. I've been tracking this again since the PGA Championship where Phil Mickelson won in Kiawah Island. I believe that's the 2021 PGA Championship. And since then, north of 90%, it's been around 95% of the time. Golfers from the Marquee Tee Times that are playing together are not in the optimal lineup together. You only want to find one golfer from each of these groups to put in your lineups together. So with that being said, if you want me to build lineups for you guys, find me 2 to 4 golfers, and really they don't have to be here in the Marquee Tee Times, but 2 to 4 golfers you want me to build lineups around, and I will use those to build lineups for the rest of the night. So this kind of ends the strategy portion of the video. And really, it's going to be building lineups from here on out. So you go ahead, leave them in the chat. Leave them in the chat, and I will basically, on order of me receiving them, is how I will build them. We are 2 likes away. 2 likes away from giving away 10 memberships. 2 likes away. I know I just said we were only like 1 or 2 likes away from getting 5, but if we reach 30 likes on the video, I'm giving away 5 YouTube memberships. And I believe if Byron's still in the chat, he's going to give away 5 as well. By the way, having a busted pinky just means that has to stay straight. I have to keep the finger straight. Just means every time I drink, I just look very bougie. Pinky's up. Oh, 1 like away. We need 1 more. 1 more. Well, it happens. You will win the big buckets this week, Eric. I sure hope so. That'd be sweet. AJ Love, you are a ghost. This was my 20K lineup last year at Players. Scotty, Hoagie, Dylan Woo, Siwoo, Connors, and Harmon. Pretty sweet. Mr. Awaken Up, what's up, man? Oh, we got to 30 likes. I can't believe it. That's awesome. There you go. Hell yeah, brother. All right, well, I will give away my memberships. Mr. Awaken Up gets one. There we go. Oh my gosh, some old names that showed up. Denny Barry, Randazzler, Francois V. I haven't seen Francois in forever. Scott Harris, what's up, man? Now we got to hold Byron's feet to the fire. I don't know where Byron is, but he's supposed to hold up his end of the bargain. So like I said, you have to be subscribed to the channel. You have to be subscribed and you have to enable your gift giving. Those 2 things have to be done in order for you to get a membership. So you just have to be subscribed. There he is. There's Byron. Oh, Byron gets all of the guys that he brought from his Discord over here. He gets Dave Dean. He gets Wheels Up and who else? I don't know who else you brought. TJ maybe? I don't remember, but there we go. Byron. Hell yeah, brother. There we go. He came through. Came through. Appreciate you, Byron. You know, obviously I have to do this just for Byron. You know, he loves it. This is for him. There we go. Love it, dude. Love it. Oh, what a stream. Way to go, guys. That's awesome. And we have so many participants in getting their lineups built. Okay. We're going to do this solid. We're going to get through this. There's a lot. There are a lot of names. Just, you know, if you need to come back and check out your lineups, just check out the timestamp right now. Whatever it says on the YouTube channel, whenever I start building your lineups, or at least from here going forward, just be on the lookout. Make sure you see it. I don't want you guys to lose your lineups. So, all right, I need to put down the first one, which is AJ Love. AJ Loves wants Kawa, Bez, and J-Day. Oh yeah, let's put some music on too. Oh boy. Come on, YouTube. Don't do this to me. There you go. He made a quick appearance last week. Hell yeah, Wheels Up. Byron gifted you that one. It's by random, by the way. It's random as to who you give out the memberships to, but it's just so happens to be that Byron Lindeque, back 9 bets, got you one. Well, hey, for all the new members, there are 15 of you guys. Use your emojis in the chat. Come on, let's see them. You get channel specific emojis just for this channel. I have 5 of them, I think, maybe 6. 6 of them out there for you guys to use. All right, so it was Kawa, it was Bez, and it was J-Day. There's J-Day, and we need Bazadenhout. Bazudenhout. Okay, I am building either 10 lineups or you get 3 minutes of my time. Those are the 2 requirements here. 3 minutes or 10 lineups. Here we go. First one. First lineup for Mr. AJ Love. We get Colin Morikawa with Justin Thomas, Jason Day, Sepp Straka, Seabez, and Seamus Power. By the way, for those that don't understand the lineup building, if you don't like a certain golfer, you ask me to kick him out, and I will do just that. Colin Morikawa, Justin Thomas, Sepp Straka, Jason Day, Seabez, and Adam Hadwin. Okay, so we're getting the same dudes. AJ Love, do you want as much Justin Thomas, Sepp Straka in your lineups as it's showing up? Shai Garden says Tiger ruptured his Achilles. Yeah, that's terrible. All right, so we get another Morikawa, Thomas, Straka, J-Day, Bez, and now Matt Kuchar. Hey, if you needed a pivot, going to Matt Kuchar from Michael Kim doesn't sound sexy, but it could work out. Kick power. Well, yeah, these low price guys are going to be kicked. The main ones are going to be Justin Thomas and Sepp Straka. EVR, by the way, is one of my sneaky plays of the week. I really like Eric Van Rooyen. Some of the other podcasts I've listened to, like Drew Matthews and the Fantasy Golf Bag, EVR showed up on some of his Spectrum data. He didn't even talk about him, but obviously my optimizer likes him. I don't mind him either. Addicted to building lineups. I know. I love building lineups. One of my favorite things to do. I'm fine with Thomas and Straka after 3 more, though, if they keep showing up. Okay, kick them after 3 more. Gotcha. There you go. Love seeing that from Wheels. Thanking Byron. Absolutely. For those that did get memberships from Byron, make sure you thank them. Be nice now. We get Morikawa, Thomas, Straka, Day, Bez, Chris Kirk. So you're getting the same dudes. Let's get some more. Morikawa, Thomas, Pendrith, Day, Bez, and Taylor Moore. Okay. So now we're going to kick out JT. That should give us a little bit different when it comes to Straka. Straka didn't show up in that one. We get Scheffler, Morikawa, Day, Bezzy, Hughes, and Alex Smalley. That's a sexy lineup. I like that lineup. Xander Schauffele, Morikawa, Day, Thompson, Bezzy, and Schmid. Love it. McIlroy, Morikawa, Day, Bezzy, Ben Griffin, and Austin Eckroat. Whoo! It's a sexy lineup. And the last one is that same lineup, but with Mark Hubbard. Those were some good lineups, man. Very condensed. Very good. I love it. All right, so those are the 10 lineups for AJ Love. Got it right in the nick of time. We'll move on to the next one, which... John Bizzle, Oberg and Rye. Okay. Ludwig, by the way, lives in Ponte Vedra. He plays this golf course quite a bit. If you guys didn't already know that, I don't know how much that's being spread around, but it is true. All right. John, hopefully you're in the chat. I'm putting the timer on right now. I'm not giving much of a notice with all the lineups I need to be building tonight. So let's cruise on through. That lineup I shared in the chat last week with Dietrich was built here. That is true. It was. Unfortunately, Dietrich missed the cut by a stroke. Oh, messed up some of my lineups too. First lineup for John is McIlroy, Oberg, Connors, Bradley, Rye, and Taylor Moore. That one's sexy. McIlroy, Oberg, McNeely, Rye, Griffin, Doug Gim. Yep. McIlroy, Oberg, Connors, Bradley, Rye, Seamus Power. I like. These greens are very Bermuda-y, though. Where'd you hear that from? I'd be very interested as to how they're Bermuda-y. Bermuda-y. McIlroy, Oberg, Straka, Rye, Batia, and Chris Kirk. Hell yeah, sign me up. It's a sexy lineup. Are not. I agree, they are not. McIlroy, Oberg, Straka, Rye, Vegas, and J-Rose. All right, John, we got some lineups here, man. McIlroy, Oberg, Straka, Rye, Mitchell, and Adam Hadwin. Keith Mitchell, Wiley's guy. Could be worse. Do you want Straka in all these lineups? Let me know. I can kick him out anytime. Xander, Oberg, Straka, Rye, Griffin, and Vegas. I'll wait for your response on this one. They just smooth Overseer. This your highest liked stream ever? Dude, that's awesome. If you went and did the work to figure out if that was, that's awesome. It probably is. I can't sort. I'd have to go look into it, but yeah, I think it might be. You like Straka? Okay. We have Xander, Ludwig, Straka, right? Oh, we already did that one. Let's run another one. McIlroy, Oberg, Straka, Rye, Griffin, and Mark Hubbard. I don't hate Mark Hubbard. We haven't really seen him in the last few weeks. I haven't really seen him do anything spectacular, so I don't mind Mark Hubbard. McIlroy, Oberg, Connors, Bradley, Rye, and Matt Kuchar. Let's skip past Matt Kuchar. That's a lot of Matt Kuchar already. Like 2 lineups is enough. I like EVR a little bit more. And the last one, we get Xander, Oberg, Straka, Bradley, Rye, and Schmidt. Now that's a sexy lineup. That one's a great lineup. Those were great. Let's see here. I'm gonna actually go like this. We're gonna keep some of those other 5K golfers out that we've been seeing a lot of. All right, so that's 10 lineups for John, 10 lineups for AJ. Moving on to the next one. Surprise, surprise. Shalek Harden wants Scotty and Burnsy. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? If you don't know Shalek Harden, he is the first member on YouTube of the SweetSpot DFS channel. He's been here for a very long time. And for as long as I've ever known Shalek Harden, he has not ever not gone with Scotty and Burns. But he's also won a GPP going with Scotty and Burns. So he's kind of indebted to the Scotty Burns duo. All right. Get that timer out there. 10 lineups or 3 minutes. Either or. First lineup is Scheffler, Morikawa, Burns, Griffin, Moore, and Damon. Hot damn, that's a good one. Oof. Scheffler, Burns, Bradley, Thigala, Rye, Moore. Okay. Scheffler, Burns, Connor. I could just play that the whole time because this is another sexy lineup. It's a lot of Aaron Rye, right? Okay, Aaron Rye got kicked. Scheffler, Burns, Connors, Bradley, ball striking bastards right there. Ben Griffin and Shamo. I don't hate it. I actually do like Seamus power at this golf course quite a bit. Scheffler, Burns, Bradley, Thigala, Ben Griffin, Mac Hughes. Mac Hughes didn't have a bad showing last week. If there's anybody you don't like, Shalek Harden, let me know. I'm kind of cruising through these. Scheffler, Burns, Bradley, Thigala, Rye, Ryan Gerard. Yeah, sign me up. Anything with Ryan Gerard in it, I'm probably going to be a happy dude this week. I'm liking how these lineups are building out, honestly. Absolutely love how they're building out. We like all the Irishmen. Okay. Scheffler, Burns, Connors, Rye, Mitchell, Højgaard. Hot diggity damn, dude. Wow. Can I play 2 songs at once? Let's see. No, I can't. Doesn't work, but that's it's really good. I think I saved it, right? Did I not save it? Okay, I did. And our first Michael Kim spotting of the entire night. We get Scheffler, Burns, Connors, Rye, Mitchell, Michael Kim. That's a good lineup. Yeah, this 5K range allows you to do so much. We get a little Akshay Bhatia in here with Scheffler, Burns, Connors, Rye, Bhatia, Hubbard. And then last one. Yeah, sign me up for Lonto Griffin, by the way. 5K flat? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's a really good lineup. Wow. I had some time to go with that one. Those were good lineups, man. I don't mind Keith Mitchell. I like Keith Mitchell for whatever reason on tighter tracks, like the Honda or Cognizant is one of them. I'm just bringing back a few of the 5K golfers. Bring back Smalley. You didn't even have access to Smalley or Schmid or EVR or Damon or Griffin. Here, I'll run one and just see what you could get. EVR. Okay, there you go. Rory, JT, Straka. Oh, wait. Never mind. I already... I X'd out your golfers already. Never mind. But there you go. This is probably one of the more optimal, quote unquote, optimal lineups. Rory, JT, Straka, Thigala, Ryan, EVR. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, next up is Cody Gamble. Are you here, Cody? Olberg, McNeely. Olberg, McNeely, Clark, and Connors. Here's Corey, and we need Wyndham. Where you at, Wyndham? Wyndham Clack. All right. AJ says, I like Jake Knapp this week. I honestly didn't even... I figured he'd be in the field, but out of sight, out of mind. I didn't even know. All right. Here we go, Mr. Cody Gamble. Lineups are loaded. Your anchors are loaded, sir. We get Ludwig, Clark, McNeely, Connors, Rye, and the Seagull himself, Charlie Hoffman. That's pretty good. Not bad. We get Bradley and Taylor Moore to go with those 4 golfers. Pretty good. Heathy Boy Mitchell with Justin Rose. I don't hate it. I think Rose is pretty good for a 6K golfer. We get Bradley and Seamus Power. That's pretty good too. Cody, if you don't like certain golfers, let me know. But it's kind of cruising through. Okay, we are not wasting a Cam Young lineup with Michael, or we're not wasting a Michael Kim lineup with Cam Young. But here's what I'll say. As much as I don't like Cam Young, as much as you guys don't like Cam Young, the optimizer is rarely wrong. So take that for what it's worth. It might not mean anything to you, but I still can't play. You know what? Cam Young he can burn me. I don't care. I can't do it. That's a concession I'm willing to make this week. Take Connors out, he says. Okay. Olberg, Clark, McNeely, Connors, Bradley, and Kevin Roy. I do not mind Kevin Roy. If you've heard me in the past, I talk about how I don't like Kevin Roy, but I'm okay with him now. Olberg, Clark, McNeely, Bradley, McCarthy, Tom Hoagie. If you need a reason to get to Tom Hoagie, I think this is it. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. Olberg, Clark, McNeely, C. Woo! Oh my gosh. Say that again. C what? C. There we go. Denny McCarthy and EVR. That's actually, you know what? That actually deserves more than just a woo. That does deserve one of these. That is a sexy lineup, sir. That is a great lineup. We love it. Too late for a lineup? No, you're not, Mr. Waking Up. Steven Yeager, sign me up. You get Oberg, Clark, McNeely, C. Woo Kim, Aaron Ryan, Steven Yeager. That's a sweet lineup. Oberg, Clark, McNeely, C. Woo Kim, Bradley, and Matty Schmid. Okay, so there's a lot of Keegan Bradley. Do we like that? You got one lineup left. Do you want Keegan in it or no? I'll give you all the way to the timer. You get to 5 seconds left. We need 40 likes. There we go. Wheels up. I'm going to take Bradley out for you just because I feel like that's what we should be doing for your last lineup. Kick kicks. He gets kicked and Dumpy Bow gets added. You know what? I don't hate it. I'm going to build one more just to see. I like this one way more. We get Oberg, Fleetwood, Clark. Yeah, this is much better. I enjoy that one way more. Kirk? Yeah, sign me up, dude. All right, those were lineups for Mr. Gamble. Next on deck is Josh Allen. Josh, are you here? Let me know in the chat, and then we'll go from there. Did I miss any messages, by the way? Like, chat was going by super fast. Scott Harris says, love the show. Scott, appreciate you. Thank you. We got all... Scott Harris has lineups too. Okay, good. I'm glad I saw that. I was going to say, we got all distracted with all the gifted memberships. Who were the other 3 Musketeers? I don't know. Brady McFootball just came into the chat today. I don't know who Bill H is, and I'm not sure who TJ Ennis is that you ended up gifting, Byron. Wheels Up says thank you for the memberships. There we go. That was all Shale Carden. Barry, where has he been? No idea. Oh, who were the other 3? Oh, yeah. We're talking about the 3 Stooges. It's you, Barry, and Shale Carden. I still have the soundboards for all 3 of you once you show up together. But I haven't seen it in a while. Yeah, he did make a quick appearance. Too many Denny's waitresses. Are you talking about Tiger's ruptured Achilles? Oof. All right, I think... I'm caught up. I think I'm caught up. Okay, cool. Wheels Up says Colin, Suber, M, my 3 faves this week. Okay. And you are in the queue to have your lineups built. I'm just going top down, the first people that put their requests in, and then going from there. Josh Allen is here. Okay. Sorry, dude. I was trying to catch up with the chat from earlier. I think you missed me. No. I'm going in order. I'm still at the top of the I still have a lot to go through. So we are just trying to cruise through them. We will get to you for sure. All right, so Josh just wants Xander and Morikawa. I'll put your 3 minutes on. It's either 10 lineups or 3 minutes. There you go. Let me know if you keep seeing the same dudes over and over again, and I'll kick people out for you. This one though, we get Xander, Morikawa, JT, 3 10K golfers. Now, technically JT is a quote unquote 9K golfer. Then we go Aaron Rai, Taylor Moore, Doug Gim. How nuts is that? Okay, now we don't go with JT, but we go Xander, Morikawa, Connors, Bradley, Rye, and Taylor Moore. God, 3 10Ks. Hot damn. Oh, no worries, Wheels Up. No worries. Yeah, I wish I could, like, you know, post like up here or something, or up there just to show like what lineups are in queue. But I'm just reading from the top of my chat down. I actually have 2 chats open. I have one over there and I have one over here. Just trying to keep up. This is the chat I'm reading all the new messages, and this is the chat over here that has the lineups up at top. Okay. This lineup is sexy, dude. Schauffele, Morikawa, Matsuyama, Connors, Smalley, and EVR. Yeah, that deserves one of these for sure. It might be one of my favorite lineups tonight. Xander, Morikawa, Connors, Bradley, Rye, Hadwin. Don't hate it. Pretty good. Money. We got something for that, don't we? Xander, Morikawa, Kim, Connors, Rye, EVR. Yeah, sign me up for all the EVR. I really like EVR this week. Especially when everyone else is going to be on Smalley and Michael Kim. Give me EVR. Schauffele, Morikawa, Connors, Bradley, Griffin, and Mac Hughes. Okay, it's different. It is different. Xander, Morikawa, our first step Straka with your combo. Aaron Rai, Ben Griffin, and Chris Kirk. I also don't mind Chris Kirk. I really like Chris Kirk this week as well. Just a chill dude doing chill things. This is a good lineup as well. We get Schauffele, Morikawa, Straka, Connors, Griffin, and Joel Damon. It's not terrible. Not terrible. Xander, Morikawa, Straka, Rye, Griffin, Hubbard. So we get a little Hubbard action there. And, oh, you want Connors out. Okay. Wait, you want Connors out or is Connors actually out? Dude, that'd be crazy if Corey Connors wasn't playing the players. I imagine you mean kick Connors, and that's what we just did. On to a fantastic lineup. For your last lineup built, this is great. Schauffele, Morikawa, Straka, Bradley, Rye, and Lonto Griffin. Again, I also do not mind Lonto Griffin. Kick him out. You know what? That deserves one of these.
Oh, you gotta get him that hot tour and spit on that thing. You get me?
Get out. Sorry, I had to. Just had to. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Okay. That was Xander Morikawa. I get Lombardi Lee next, followed by Phillip, and then Nathan Johnson. Those are the next three that are to be built. Mr. Lombardi Lee, are you here? Hideki, Tommy, and Colin. That's pretty good, dude. Pretty good. Oh, come on. Lombardi Lee, I swear to God, you do this more than anyone else does. You want me to put 3 dudes or 2 guys together? Fleetwood and Morikawa are in the same group, dude. I can break it for you. I can break the sweet spot rules if you want me to. Hideki, Tommy, and Colin. Hideki, Tommy, and Colin. Group 3. We'll make that a 2. And that's fine. We can do this. It's all good. Don't do it. Do you want me to remove somebody? Take Colin out? Okay. All right, I'm putting the timer on, and we are going to build lineups with Matsuyama and Fleetwood. This will be interesting because I bet you we get a different, yeah, Scheffler. I was going to say, we're going to get a bunch of different types of lineups. I'm not going to save that one. I don't like it with Moore and Hadwin together. We can do better than that. McIlroy, Matsuyama, Fleetwood, Griffin, Vegas, and Taylor Moore. Don't hate it. Matsuyama, Fleetwood, Straka, Bradley, Ryan, Ben Griffin. I love that lineup. That's a really good lineup. Decky, Fleetwood, Straka, Bradley, Thigala, and Johnny Vegas. Johnny Vegas is getting the boot. Do you like Keegan Bradley? Because he's going to show up a lot. If you don't like Keegan Bradley, I can kick him out. This lineup has Matsuyama, Fleetwood, Straka, Connors, Bradley, and Hughes. That's 5. Those are 5 ball striking bastards, as Nagels Bagels would once say, with 1 volatile golfer. I don't hate it. Don't hate it. Yes, you do. Okay. Sounds good. McIlroy, Matsuyama, Fleetwood, Straka, EVR, and Ben Griffin. Yeah, sign me up, man. I like those 2 at the end. Those are great. He likes Bradley. Love it. McIlroy, Matsuyama, Fleetwood, Straka, EVR, and Chan Kim. Sure, sign me up, dude. Chan Kim, that sounds great. Now we get a whole different lineup. We get Matsuyama, Fleetwood, Straka, Connors, Bradley, and then Eckroat. So we get those ball striking bastards plus Eckroat, who's been kind of shaky, but he could turn it around. Kevin Roy, I actually like replacing, who did I just say? Eckroat with Kevin Roy. Got no issue with that. Dumpy Bow. Sure. I can't say no. Remember, the optimizer knows better than me. Just knows better than me. Ooh. Look at this. You're getting the ball striking bastards, and this is definitely the highest. I'd say this is the highest, what's the word I'm looking for? Potential golfer out of the other ones that just showed up. I really like that. I'll build you one more. I'm not going to save it. Well, I will save it, but I'm going to end up deleting it. There's Jake Knapp. Who said they like Jake Knapp? If it was you, Lombardi Lee, that liked Jake Knapp, this is your lineup. Matsuyama, Fleetwood, Straka, Connors, Bradley, and Knapp. You know what? I think I'm going to save that one and get rid of one of your other ones. The one with Dumpy Bow. I don't like Dumpy Bow, but if you do, more power to you. What am I trying to do? We're trying to do this, right? Then we remove that one. I saved it twice? What did I just do? Hold on. Oh, I saved it 3 times. I already saved it. Oh, interesting. Whatever. Was I the ghost? You could have been, AJ. What, did you just show up again and my systems go down? Is that what happened? Lombardi Lee. That last lineup I really liked. Okay. Philip. Is Philip Hall here? And then after Philip, it's Nathan. And then I have to scroll down a little bit to find the other ones. Bill, are you here? He wants Scotty, Fowler, and Rye. Scotty. I know Aaron Rye is 7,100. No, I said like Knapp. Oh, gotcha. I remember somebody did. Hey, there's a such thing as streamer brain. When you are streaming, you're trying to stay in the moment, and you forget a lot of stuff that just happened 2 seconds ago. Where is Ricky? Ricky. Pretty Ricky. There he is. All right, a guy from Group 1, 6, and Group 8. Here we go. Timer. Reset. Scheffler, Morikawa, Rye, Batia. Ooh, that's a sexy lineup. Oh, yeah. That's a great lineup. Scheffler, Henley, our first Henley spotting. Straka, Rye, Fowler, and Alex Smalley. It's another sexy lineup, dude. Scheffler, Finau, Straka, Rye, Fowler, Hadwin. Don't hate it. Don't love it. But it has Finau in there, which is different. Scheffler dropping down to Straka. Small hands, Tom Kim. Very small hands. Aaron Rye, Fowler, and Vegas. By the way, Tom Kim is kind of turning into small hands Tom Kim. Kind of sucks now. He used to be good. We're going to kick out Mr. Johnny Vegas. And I'm going to give Mr. Fowler a 100-point boost just so I don't have to continue kicking him out. Scheffler, Henley, Siwoo Kim, Aaron Rye, Ricky Fowler, Taylor Moore. Sweet. Scheffler, Morikawa, Rye, Batia, Fowler, Hubbard. Don't hate that one. Oh no, he sucks again. Scheffler, Finau, Straka, Rye, Fowler, Matt Kuchar. My girlfriend said you should go on Love is Blind in Minnesota. I just realized that they were here. And then I also saw that it's like one of the worst Love is Blind seasons because it's in Minneapolis during the winter time. Like, go figure, dude. There's nothing to do here in the winter time other than complain about how fucking cold it is outside and just staying inside your house doing nothing. Why would you come to Love is Blind in the winter time? Scheffler, Straka, Kim, Rye, Fowler, Mac Hughes. I don't know if dude. And then one guy got in trouble apparently for being too conservative on that show for not accepting someone's gay sister or something like that. I don't know. It just sounds stupid. Like, it sounds like a nightmare. Scheffler, Thomas, Benny Ann, Rye, Fowler, EVR. That's a great lineup. Let's see what one more looks like. Pretty good. If you, oh God, I'm going to get a copyright strike on that. I let it play for too long. Scheffler, Morikawa, Aaron Rye, Keith Mitchell, Ricky Fowler, and Patrick Rogers. That's also a really good lineup. Sweet. All right. She made me watch. It's ridiculous. Dude, I used to watch with an ex-girlfriend also. I understand. And I actually didn't mind it because I was watching with her, but I wouldn't waste my own time watching it. Nathan is not, he says he's not going to be here most likely, so it's Hideki and Siwoo for him. So we will build 10 lineups, and I will kick anybody out that shows up 5 or more times. So if it's Step Straka and I see him 5 times in your lineups, I'm kicking him out. Those are my rules if you are not here. Actually, I'll give you like 3 seconds, 4 seconds. You're welcome, Philip. If Nathan, if you are here, let me know. Scott Harris, you are on deck. I'm not sure if you were here also, but your lineup is next. All right, Nathan, here we go. Lineups or timers on the screen, and it's Matsuyama and Siwoo Kim. I actually have to remove this from Pretty Ricky. Run the optimizer. By the way, Byron, thank you so much for gifting out 5 memberships like you said you would. It means a lot. Rory, Matsuyama, Siwoo, Sahith, I wanted to say Sahith Thagala, Akshay Bhatia, and Taylor Moore. Lots of Taylor Moore love. I don't hate it. I also don't love it. And same with Adam Hadwin. I'm not saving that one, but it's okay. It's okay. Morikawa, Matsuyama, Straka, Siwoo Kim, Aaron Rye, Matt Kuchar. Yeah, let's skip past that one too. I'll start saving them here. Yeah, this is great. Xander, Matsuyama, Sepp Straka, Siwoo, Ben Griffin, Seamus Power. Oh, dude, NP. No problem. Either way, I appreciate you. McElroy, Matsuyama, Siwoo, Denny McCarthy. Ooh, this is a lineup that deserves one of these. Morikawa, Matsuyama, Straka. A couple A's, lots of A's after the last, like the last letter is an A. Morikawa, Matsuyama, Straka, Thigala, Siwoo Kima, and Alex Smalia. All 6 of them have A's at the end of their names. Who knew? Pretty solid. Alex Smalia almost sounds like Somalia. Morikawa, Matsuyama, Straka, Siwoo, Sahith, and Justin Lauer. So we're getting close to kicking people out here. Probably gonna be Straka. Ooh, Xander, Matsuyama, Siwoo Kim, Corey Connors, Ben Griffin, Mac Hughes. Do 2 Canadians make a right? They probably say sorry together. Or no, I'm sorry, sorry. They probably say sorry together. Matsuyama, Henley, there's Straka, and Siwoo. So they're both getting the boot. That's a pretty good lineup though. I do not mind it. I just don't want to see these guys together. I'll allow Siwoo to be in a lineup without Straka just one time. And there he is. Morikawa, Matsuyama, Siwoo, Honors, Thigala, and Højgaard. Yeah, sign me up. That's a great lineup. But now we kick out Siwoo. Where you at, Siwoo? What's your price tag? 82? Oh, I put no. Wait, oh, he wanted Siwoo. Duh. Okay. I'm the dummy. Morikawa, Matsuyama, Kim, Connors, Bradley, and Roy. Actually, that means I probably should kick out Colin Morikawa, right? Because that there's so much Colin. Not so much. Okay, this is the last saved one. I'll build him one more without Colin Morikawa. And it's Rory, Matsuyama, Siwoo, Sahith, Bhatia, and Chris Kirk. Yeah, that's a sexy lineup. That's a really good lineup. Okay. Those were pretty good lineups. All right, so now we're on to Scott Harris. Scott, are you in the chat by chance? New to the channel. I haven't seen him yet. Besides today, I should say. So just double checking. So it's going to be Scott. Scott is right now. After Scott, it is Wheels Up. So Wheels Up, if you are in the chat, you are on deck. It looks that way. I just got to double check. I mean, there's like, I'm scrolling through all my chat and it's all the gifted memberships and then there are messages in between. It's difficult to figure out. Yeah, Wheels Up. You are after Scott. And then I've got Good Night after Wheels Up. And then I'll look at the rest. I'll look for more. Batters Up. Doesn't look like I've got Scott in chat. Do you think they overacted the dialogue in Fargo? Yes, they did. Some of them, I guess, yes and no, because in very secluded parts of Minnesota, you do get those voices. Like where I come from, the older people definitely talk like that. Not the like, oh yeah, sure, you betcha. Like it isn't so much like that, but it's very lazy language, and it sounds like maybe they didn't go to. They definitely didn't pay attention to grammar in English class. Like my dad will call a refrigerator either it's not a fridge, it's not a fridge, it's not a refrigerator, it's a frigerator. Like that's always a good one. I always enjoy that one. Over there, dem, dat, dis. Like there's no there, that, them. It's dem with a D. I always like to joke because it's so damn cold, you can't put your lips together. So it's like den instead of them, or like you don't put your lips to your tongue to your lips. Although them, yeah, you would, them. So that's my thought process on it. Okay, Scott wants Morikawa and Michael Kim. Ope, that's right. Ope and Ufta. I do use Ufta. Lots of people around here say Ufta. All right, let's give Michael Kim a 100-point boost, just so I don't have to deal with anyone trying to kick him out or the optimizer trying to kick him out. And since Scott's not here, we'll just go ahead and put the timer on. I mean, Scott, if you are here, just let me know. Here we go. Timer's on. We get McIlroy, Morikawa, Thomas, 310Ks, Griffin, Kim, and Schmid. Hot damn, dude. Hot diggity damn. Morikawa, JT, Cantlay, so 310Ks again with Connors, Michael Kim, and Taylor Moore. So if you guys want to see what it looks like putting, like anchoring around Michael Kim and another 10K golfer, here you go. JT, Straka, Connors, Bhatia, Michael Kim. So 2 10Ks and 8. I like this lineup. I actually really, really like this lineup. Wow. You know what? I guess I gotta do this, right? Can't leave it out. Morikawa, Thomas, Straka, Connors, Griffin, and Michael Kim. Another sexy lineup. It's a very good lineup. We get Mitchell in there with the other 5 that we saw. So I'll do this one more time. And if I see a lot of the same dudes like Straka, Connors, yeah, I do. Okay. First JT Poston sighting. I don't hate it. This is for any of you guys to take, but I'm not saving it. I think I want to kick out. Oh boy, let's kick out Straka. I'm gonna kick out Straka. I'll let one Corey Connors lineup happen without Straka, and then if Corey Connors shows up again, like he just did, I'm gonna kick out Corey Connors. Morikawa, Thomas, Callie, Connors, Michael Kim, Doug Gim. Kim and Gim are probably gonna be very highly owned this week. Let's go ahead and get rid of Connors and see if we can get some different lineups for the last 4. McElroy, Morikawa, JT, Vegas, Kim, and Ryan Gerard. Sign me up. Like I said, I love me some Ryan Gerard. You change out Ryan Gerard and you put in Victor Perez, which is crazy. I'm going to kick out Johnny Vegas. I don't mind Johnny Vegas in, say, 2% of my lineups, but I don't want to see him as much as we have already seen him. Here we go. Here's, ooh, I like this. Morikawa, Thomas, Day, Minwoo, Sai Thagala, and Michael Kim. You know what? That deserves one of these. Then we get Morikawa, Thomas, Day, the same lineup because Michael Kim is the low end guy. So let's kick out Sahith and try again for the last lineup. 6, 5, 4, and it got in time. And it's a good lineup. 3 10Ks, Jay Rose, Michael Kim, and Chris Kirk. I don't necessarily hate the idea because technically Michael Kim would be, I think both of these guys are high-end 6K golfers, and Justin Rose would be technically a 7K golfer. So how this converts with the adjusted salaries would be 10K and 10K, then a 9K, 7K, high 6. Actually, I think it's both 2 high 6s. 10, 10, 9, 7, 6, 6. It's doable. It's probably unlikely, but it's doable. Interesting lineups. And I bet you that's probably what you're going to see with a lot of optimizers building lineups that start with Michael Kim. Michael Kim in a 10K golfer. My guess. Worth noting, Michael Kim isn't the best 5K golfer in my model. Just throwing that out there. Golfers that are above him in my model. Nikolai Højgaard, just barely. Kevin Roy, by a lot. Taylor Moore, by quite a bit. Adam Hadwin. Chris Kirk. Doug Gim. Seamus Power. Ryan Gerard. Alex Smalley, I think, is tied, but he's cheaper, so better. Schmid. Eric Van Rooyen. Yeah, I mean, like, at 5,200, I'd rather play Van Rooyen than Michael Kim. I don't hate Michael Kim this week. It's just, you could do different things. All right. Mr. Wheels Up, you are next. On deck is Good Night. I guess before we do that, I got 24 people in chat. If I can get 2 more likes from people that I haven't gotten likes from yet, I'm going to do a roll call right now. And I just want you to type in SweetSpot. That's it. I don't care if it's 1 word or 2 words. If I get 2 more likes, I will make this worth double the entry. Double the entry. So you get 2 more entries into next week's giveaway, but we gotta get 2 more likes. If we don't, then it's just worth 1 like. Just put SweetSpot in the chat. That's it. AJ, it's going to look very suspicious seeing your name 3 times in a row. Wheels Up says, I have different builds, so you should have fun with me. Yes, that is true. Ryan Henson making his debut. Actually, I think you probably said something earlier, and I think I saw it, and maybe I said something about it, but I'm not sure. We have 1 like. Can I get another one? This will be worth 2. Basically just copy and paste. I just need to get to 34 likes. We're at 33. We're close. Send a like and then also comment if you are new in the chat and you haven't done either yet. Okay. Wheels Up. So it's Suber, Morikawa, and Sungjae Im. So we'll go Morikawa, Sungjae, and Jackson Suba. Why Suber, by the way? What do you like about Jackson Suber that other people may not? And I have to give him a 300-point boost. He is not looking super great in the model. Dave Dean. Jackson Suba. Okay. If I can get that 1 more like by the end of the stream, I will definitely double those entries. But for now, it's just worth 1. And we are back to lineup building with Mr. Wheels Up. Here we go. 3 minutes on the clock. Let me know if you see some builds that bring the same dudes together and tell me if you want them kicked. Morikawa, Thomas, Sungjae, Sahith, Aaron Ryan, Jackson Suber. Pretty good. Pretty good. I like that, actually. Morikawa, JT, Sungjae, Harman, Griffin, and Suber. Morikawa, JT, Im, Harman, Poston, and Suber. I don't really care for Poston, but this is different to what you said earlier. Harman and Poston aren't in any of these other lineups, and if they are, it's very infrequently. We get Billy Horschel after a missed cut. Hey, sometimes missed cuts aren't terrible. In fact, I bet you anything that the bucket system says you want to play at least 1 missed cut golfer. Morikawa, JT, Im, Straka, Taylor Moore, and Suber. Love it, dude. Love it. So you say Jackson Suber, my favorite long shot, Tampa native, is slated to make his Players Championship debut this week. Used to Florida greens, with superstar flashes making his PGA debut. My research found him, and my heart is riding with him, even if it's fool's gold. All I need is a top 30, given ownership and price. Okay, fair enough. Morikawa, JT, Sungjae Im, Brian Harman, JJ Spawn, and Jackson Suba. Love it. That's some good information. It almost is like you copy and pasted it from someone's article. Like how you wrote it out was very professional. Morikawa, JT, Sungjae, Harman, Harry Hall. First Harry Hall sighting tonight. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I think what I'm going to do is kick Justin Thomas out before I really like this lineup. I like that lineup a lot. I'm going to kick JT out. I want to see some different lineups. McIlroy and Morikawa, Sungjae, Denny McCarthy, Alex Smalley, and Jackson Suber. That, sir, deserves one of these. I really like that lineup. Yeah, and another good one. We get Morikawa, Matsuyama, Im, Bradley, Batia, and Suber. I was trying to play two things at once and it kept like restarting the other one. Fair enough. No, I'm just a strange sounding cat. Okay. I don't know what to say with that one. Here's a different one, just to be different from the other ones. This one's pretty good. You get Shoffley, Morikawa, Im, Bradley, Gim, and Suber. I want to see one with Scotty. Give me a Scotty lineup. There you go. Scheffler, Morikawa, Im, Steven, Suber, Joel Damon. That's actually pretty sexy also. All right. So those were lineups for Wheels Up. Might be the first lineups I have done for you or ever, maybe? I don't remember if we did it last week. Okay. Oh, I need to save that last one, actually. There you go. No ... Scotty. Well, I didn't save it. I did it for me. I personally want to see it. And I think the rest of the stream wanted to see a Scotty lineup. He will fail this week. What does that mean? Give me the criteria as to why Scotty's going to fail this week. I might bet you a beer on that. I need to know the criteria as to what means he'll fail this week. Okay. Who did I say was next? Was it Good Night? Yep. I think this is the last lineup of the night, it looks like. Let me know if I skipped anybody. I think this is wait. Mr. Awaken Up. Mr. Awaken Up is next. Mr. Awaken Up, if you are here, I got you. Oh, and then Dave Dean? Yep, Dave Dean is another one. Okay, so there's two more. Two more after this. Mr. Awaken Up and then Dave Dean. McNeely and Xander. And then Byron. Byron just gave me some. Okay. Scotty will finish lower than T10. I would take that for a beer bet. I would say he's not going to. I think he finishes T8 or better. By the way, just to throw this out there, I built a new tool. I showcased it last week. Round by round stats. You can do a lot of your round by round analysis this way. I was looking at what do you call it? Prize Picks. I was looking at Prize Picks and I was trying to figure out what I liked about, or I was trying to figure out some things. So I put in Scotty's name. Scotty Scheffler. His round one average 69.40. I believe his over under on Prize Picks when I made my selection was 69.5. I think that's what it was. And it's like, hot damn. Round one, 67, 68, 70, 74. So yeah, the 74 is concerning, but that was 3 years or 4 years ago. But prior to that, 70, 68, 67. And then when you just look at his overall average, 69.47. Yeah. And his median is 69. So it looks at all of the scores that he has had in every round. And it's 69. So basically you just string all of these scores on top and then it just counts how many there are, and it finds the middlemost number, and it's 69. He has 1, 2, 3 rounds that are over 72. The cut is going to be, I think the cut's going to be over par, right? And he's shooting under par in more rounds than it was. Okay, so your cut last year was -1. The cut before that was +6. The cut before that was +2. Even, obviously 2020 was COVID. That was your cut. 1 under, 1 under, 2 over. Yeah, it's difficult to think that Scotty, well, Scotty will make the cut, and then it's going to be difficult to think Scotty won't finish top 10. I mean, if you average 69, that's 3 under. For 4 rounds, that's -12. I guess last year, that would get you 11th place. You would win the bet. Obviously, every year's different. I understand. I get it. I know. But yeah, I'll take that number. And again, you can come to SweetSpotDFS.com. This is under round by round stats. See a lot of empty space right here. This is going to be reserved for buttons that will bring up different graphics. So I'll have like fantasy score here. So you'll see birdies, eagles, bogeys, pars, stuff like that. You'll see that through here. I'll also create some other tools that go with it. But yeah, you'll be able to use a little bit more information. Okay, enough showcasing that. Just wanted to show you that's available to you guys. Let's see here. I'm keto, no beer for me. Pass it on to Byron. He gave me a sub. Well, I mean, a beer bet is like just a $5 bet. Usually it's like whenever me and Byron make a beer bet, one of us is gifting the other person $5. So it's good, dude. Keto's good. I've been on keto for a while, or I was on keto for a while, but since I moved back to the cities, I've been partaking in socializing, and part of that is hard to do without a little bit of liquid courage. I think I owe Darbo a case. Yeah, I think we're good. You gifting memberships is more than enough, dude. Can I replace Xander for Sam Burns and Denny after one lineup? Sure. Okay, let's do that right now. Enough dilly-dallying. Here we go. First lineup is Xander Schauffele, Tommy Fleetwood, Maverick McNeely, Corey Connors, Ben Griffin, and Doug Yim. That's a great lineup, dude. That's a really good lineup. So you want to replace Xander for Sam Burns and Denny after one lineup. So there's your one lineup. So Sammy Burns and Denny McCarthy. I don't know. Oh boy, I forget how much Denny costs. 77, okay. I thought he'd be in the 6K range. Keto for 11 years and $5. We are on. You got it. JT, Burns, McNeely, Connors, McCarthy, and Mac Hughes. It's not terrible. 1098, 776, baby. Although this is a different 1098, 776. It might not even adjust to that, but it's probably close. Actually, it isn't. Or I don't know. JT, Burns, McNeely, Connors, McCarthy, Tom Hoagie. I like that one. JT, Burns, McNeely, McCarthy, Aaron Rye, Ben Griffin. I like that one as well. McElroy, Burns, McNeely, McCarthy, Batia, and Chris Kirk. That's a really good one too. These are turning out to be solid lineups. JT, Burns, McNeely, Connors, McCarthy, and Austin Eckroat. I don't hate that one. That's pretty good as well. JT, Burns, McNeely, Connors, McCarthy, Michael Kim. There we go. We get our first Michael Kim spotting, and it's a solid lineup. It's a really good lineup. Lots of Justin Thomas and Rory. Dumpy Bo gets added to the mix. I don't hate it. I'm kicking out JT. JT, by the way, apparently one of the better values for the high-priced golfers. McElroy, Burns, McNeely, McCarthy, Vegas, and J Rose. Sure. I don't like the price tags together, but it's whatever. It's whatever. I'm not going to do Hadwin. Although this would be a tournament that Hadwin would do good. I like this lineup a lot. I'm glad I kicked that out. McElroy, Burns, McNeely, McCarthy, Cam Davis, and Alex Smalley. And I'm going to create one Scotty lineup just for you and the rest of the crew. And we get Scheffler, Burns, McNeely, McCarthy, the Seagull, and Joel Damon. That's pretty disgusting. I would never put Hoffman and Damon together. Vegas and Sig, probably not. Time's up, Eric. You cannot build anymore. KH Lee, it's a TPC golf course. TPC Lee. We all know Charlie Carden's going to be all over that lineup. Scotty, and Burns, and KH Lee. If you're in the chat, I know that's what I know you like that one. That's my hate lineup players. Funny how it looks good. I also build hate lineups too. Absolutely. I build them to hedge against myself in case they do well. Okay. Mr. Awaken Up, are you here, sir? He wants Scotty, Hovland, Michael Kim. Our first Hovland sighting tonight. Just gotta find all my 0%, and I'll find Hovland that way. There he is. No Shane Lowry, by the way. Ain't that something? Michael Kim. We gotta give Kim a little bit of a boost. Yes, sir. All right. If there are any golfers you don't like that show up consistently, tell me to kick whoever, and I will do just that. Your timer is on the screen. Here we go. We get Scheffler, Hovland, Straka, Rye, Vegas, and Michael Kim. It's pretty good. Vegas is getting the boot, which is perfectly fine. Scotty, Hovland, Straka, Rye, Hoffman, Michael Kim. Sure, I'll save one Siegel lineup. I really dislike Charlie Hoffman. Like, just to put him in a lineup. I used to like him long ago, but for whatever reason, I just don't care for him now. Actually, you know what? It's not that I dislike his personality. He's just got chronic back injuries. I don't trust him. Scheffler, Hovland, Straka, Batia, Griffin, Michael Kim. I don't mind that. Scheffler, Hovland, Straka, Connors, Kim, and Taylor Moore. Yeah, if you didn't know, Charlie Hoffman warms up with a heated vest on his back. He literally has to loosen up his back with a heated device before he goes out and plays golf. Scheffler, Hovland, Straka, Connors, Michael Kim, Seamus Power. I actually like that one. Oh, there's Charlie Carden. Buckets. Scheffler, Hovland, Straka, Harmon, Hughes, Michael Kim. So Straka's showing up a lot. Should we kick out Straka or no? How many Straka lineups was that? Yeah, all of them have Straka in it so far. That's 6. Before I continue on, I'll give you the option. Do we kick Sepp Straka or no? Is that a lot of Brian Harmon too? Nope. Nope. That's fine. Kick. Okay. Get a little diversity in there. Scheffler, Hovland, Connors, Thigala, Mitchell, Kim. That's a ball striking paradise right there. All of those golfers known for ball striking. Connors is probably going to be your new Straka, so be on the lookout for that. 2 more lineups with Connors in it. Yeah, there's one. I'm not saving it. Okay, we get a little change. We get Denny McCarthy, Fitzpatrick, Aaron Wright. Is that because I have Denny up in price? Yeah, I think. I don't mind it though. Matt Fitzpatrick. That's the first sighting of Matt Fitzpatrick. Ooh, Minwoo Lee, McCarthy, Rose, and oh, I like that lineup a lot. 10-9-8, 7-6-6 basically, or 10-9-8. Actually, it's 10-9-8, 7-7-6 because 6,200 and up is in the 7K range. So that one actually, I'm gonna say deserves one of these. I like it. And the last lineup is a shot like Harden approved and sealed lineup. It has Scheffler, Burns, Hovland, Connors, Michael Kim, Joel Damon. Time is up. Let me do one more, which I'll just save and delete. Ooh, I like that one a lot. Scheffler, Cantlay, Hovland, Batia, Kim, EVR. Yeah. Which one do I not like out of these? I think it's probably gonna be the Joel Damon one, despite it being a Sam Burns lineup. I like it. Cool. All right, two more lineups left. I have Dave Dean. Dave, are you still in the chat? Psst, are you still in the chat? And then it is Byron on deck. And if I've missed anybody, so it's Dave Dean, currently up to bat. And then I've got Byron on deck. Did I miss anybody? Pretty sure I got everybody. But in case I missed anyone, now's your chance. Dave wants Fleetwood and Morikawa. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Actually, you know what, Dave, you're new to the channel. I shouldn't do that. I can break this, and that's fine. That is totally fine, Dave. If you want lineups with Fleetwood and Morikawa, we certainly can. There's a big issue. They are in the same Marquee Tee Time. And on the channel, a rule is not to pair golfers up together. But we certainly can. I have broken rules for people in the past that have really good gut feelings about golfers. We certainly can do that. I got no issue with it. And by the way, we have seen in the past golfers from the same group be in the optimal lineup. Oh, he changed it to Scotty Fleetwood. Are you sure? I'll give you some time. There's a 10-second delay between you and me. So when I speak it, you won't get it for 10 seconds. Because YouTube has to process it. Didn't know I broke a rule. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, dude. I overreacted. I think I got that same lineup from Lombardi Lee, who is a Lombardi Lee is a regular on the channel, and he tends to break those rules a lot. So it's all good. Sure. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. I don't care. Usually like during the Marquee Tee Times segment, I always bring it up that going back to the 2021 PGA Championship, I've been tracking the Marquee Tee Times, and going all the way back then, I would say every single year there might be 3 events, four or less events throughout the entire year. So 40 events, 44, sometimes up to 48 events. 4 of them will have golfers that are in the same Marquee Tee Time that are in the optimal lineup or in the GPP winning lineup or some kind of mix between the two. But that leaves 36 to 44 other events where it doesn't happen. And that's where I always say like 95% of the time, golfers from the same group do not finish in the optimal lineup or in the GPP win lineup together. But of course, you can still win money. You're just most likely not going to win a GPP. So it's all good. I didn't listen well enough. Yeah. And I'm not, I am not, what is it called? I'm not lecturing. I'm not disciplining. I'm not doing any of those things. Criticizing or anything like that. You didn't know, it's all good. We can build these lineups. It'd be fun to review this afterwards, and then you get to rub it in my face that Morikawa and Fleetwood were in the optimal lineup together. So sure, we can do that. We got that. Good. All right, timer is on. 3 minutes. Not a stickler. AJ goes, I'm watching this and the Nickelback documentary simultaneously. Are you doing the LA night? Yeah. Morikawa, JT, Fleetwood, Connors, Michael Kim, Taylor Moore. That's pretty good. Ooh, we got to 36 likes. I was looking for 34, and now we're up to 36. There we go. I just totally lost train of thought. Morikawa, JT, Fleetwood, Thigala, Batia, and EVR. There we go. If we get to 40 likes, I'll give out 5 more memberships, by the way. I have no problem doing that. Morikawa, JT, it's got to be during the live thing, not... Well, actually, if we get to 40, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Morikawa, JT, Fleetwood, Connors, Kim, and Hadwin. That one's not terrible. Not bad. Morikawa, JT, Fleetwood, Connors, Kim, Matt Kuchar. And let's not do that. Morikawa, Fleetwood, Finau, Connors, Griffin, Michael Kim. I like that one, actually. Morikawa, JT, Fleetwood, Connors, Michael Kim, Chris Kirk. Ooh, I like that one a lot. Oh, you know what? Michael Kim has a 100-point boost. So let's actually remove that. Who else? Does anybody else? No. Michael Kim was kind of in there. Not organically. Morikawa, Fleetwood, Straka, Thigala, Batia, and Vegas. I actually like that lineup. Morikawa, Fleetwood, Straka, Pendrith, Rye, and Doug Gim. There we go. A little Doug Gim action with Pendrith. Schauffele, Morikawa, Fleetwood, Connor, Smalley, and Matty Schmid. Ooh, I like that lineup a lot. Morikawa, Fleetwood, Minwoo Lee, Corey Connors, Bradley, and Mac Hughes. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about Mac Hughes, but it's all good. Morikawa, Fleetwood, Straka, Thigala, ooh, Keith Mitchell, and then J Rose. I like that. And then, yeah, one more. And we get Morikawa, Fleetwood, Straka, Thigala, Mitchell, Harry Hall. That's the last one. That's pretty good. Those are good lineups. Breaking that. Interesting wrinkle. I'm taking the least likely outcome. Would you bet on Scheffler finishing outside the top 10 or Super finishing in the top 20? And if Scotty finishes in the top 10's beer on me. This way, the bet has a full story since I seem to be the only one on Jackson. What does super finishing inside the top 20 mean? Would you bet on Scheffler finishing outside the top 10 or super finishing in the top 20? And if Scotty finishes in the 10s, beer on me. Or Suber. Okay, you mean Suber as in S-U-B-E-R. Okay. Oh, it's an either or. I see. So you think Suber is going to finish inside the top 20. So if Scotty finishes outside the top 10, then the beer's on me. Or if Suber finishes inside the top 20, here, let me write it out. Or actually, I just lost my page. Wait. I'm gonna put this, I'm gonna replace this pin since I'll lose it if I don't see it. Okay, so basically Scotty finishes top 10 equals beer for me. Scotty finishes outside top 10 equals beer for you. So what happens if Scotty finishes top 10 and Suber finishes top 20? What happens then? Is that just a wash? Or what does Suber having a top 10, or I mean a top 20, have to do with the bet? Is it like if Scotty finishes top 10 and Suber finishes top 20, then the bets just cancel? Like they're just it's a wash? And then what happens if Suber doesn't finish top 20? I guess give me more clarity on that. I'm not sure. I'm not positive. I'm kind of cool with whatever. I'd like to know more of the precise details. Anybody in chat, if you understand the bet better than I do, let me know. Streamer brain is a real thing. Like I can't perfectly think about a lot of the stuff that I need to. Decky Cantlay. You get it? Decky Cantlay. Apparently he can. He's got kids. Did you know that? And J Rose. J Rose. That's a hell of a golfer to anchor around there, Mr. Byron Lindeque. All right. Looks like this is the last lineup of the night. Are you ready, Mr. Lindeque? Yes, he is. He definitely is. Right. Alrighty. Timer's on the board. Here we go, Byron. McIlroy, Cantlay, Matsuyama, Ben Griffin, J Rose, Doug Gim. 10-10-9, 6-6-5. But really it's 10-9-9, 7-7-6. That's how the adjusted salaries have worked in my brain. Ooh, we get another McIlroy, Cantlay, Matsuyama. How are you feeling about McIlroy? Very interested in your take there. AJ, I'll try that afterwards. McIlroy, Cantlay, Matsuyama, Vegas, Rose, Taylor Moore. I'm sure we're gonna see more Vegas. here we go. Cantlay, Matsuyama, Straka, Connors, Mitchell, and Justin Rose. Not terrible. Oh boy. Cam Young. Are you willing? Are you willing? Cantlay, Matsuyama, Straka, Cam Young, Sahith Theegala, and J Rose. Cam Young. Ooh, gives you the chills. Cantlay, Matsuyama, small hands, Tom Kim. They're very small. Corey Connors, Rye, J Rose. That is a pretty darn good lineup. This is a Byron lineup if I've ever seen one, honestly. I mean, it's missing like your just random Safa. You know, if EVR was in there, or even if Aldrich was in there, I'm sure you'd get a Safa hard on. Cantlay, Matsuyama, Shane Lowry, Connors, Ben Griffin, J Rose. You'd probably have another kid on the way if I put a South African in there. Morikawa, Cantlay, Matsuyama. Ooh, a little Morikawa action with Batia. There's Vegas. Go figure. Not terrible. Bezzy. Hey. You said on your stream, Byron, that oh gosh, what did you say? You can't be biased anymore. You can't you gotta go with the model. Cantlay, Matsuyama, Straka. Maybe it was on your stream. I think it was with Mayo. Or maybe it was your stream. I don't remember. Cantlay, Matsuyama, Straka, Siwoo, Batia, and Rose. That's the best lineup tonight for you, that is. I like that lineup a lot. JT Poston. I'm not sure about that one. I don't know, dude. He doesn't have a ton of potential. And he hasn't been playing that great, so it's hard to get behind him. Billy Horschel, I could get behind. The Gator in Gator Country, tell me about it. And then one last one, and this is also a sexy lineup too. That one's gonna save over another one. That's a good lineup. That was a great lineup. Wow. Okay. Let's see, which one would I actually kick out? Probably this one, I guess. The one with Mitchell. I do like this one. Colin Morikawa. Pretty good. Pretty good. Ryan Henson coming in late with the lineup. Yes, that's what I said. Hence, gulp, Cantlay. But gulp also Cam Young and gulp Theegala. Got to put it in. All right, so AJ says, can we try Michael Kim and Gerard and see what we get? Hold me to that. I'm going to do Ryan's lineup since he just showed up with a request. A request. Ryan, let me also send you the optimizer. I'm not going to send you a message that goes with it. I see you you requested one. Sending it that says Opto. Players. There you go. Optimizer's been sent to you, man. Damn it. Dang it. Pretty good. All right, Wheels Up says, for this bet, I'm wagering that either Jackson finishes in the top 20 or Scheffler finishes outside the top 10. Okay, I got you. If Scheffler finishes inside the top 10, you win. In the event of a push due to the Jackson-Scotty outcome, we'll push. Okay. This is because my lineup will have 2 5Ks without Scotty. Truly testing my... Okay, that's fine. So if Suber finishes inside the top 20 and Scotty finishes inside the top 10, it's a wash. There's no winner. And technically we both win. But the bet's offset. If Scotty finishes outside the top 20, you want to narrow your side of the bet by saying Suber needs to finish inside the top 20 in order for you to win. Otherwise, then we both lose, which would just be a wash as well. I'm cool with that. That's fine. I get it. You're kind of giving me, you're sweetening the pot for me. This is the pivots lines. Okay, so these are all the pivots from high ownership right next to each other. Xander Lowry. Wait a minute. You think Bradley is going to be low owned? Xander Lowry and Bradley. I don't think Bradley is going to be low owned. I think Bradley is going to be high owned. Who is around him that we think is going to be higher owned than Bradley? Do we think it's going to be Corey Connors? I'm confused. Under 12, who's going to take his ownership? You know what? He will be under 12%. And it will be very similar to like the previous years. So 2024, by sort by ownership, people who are under 12%. So there are only 8 golfers that were over. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. I got to come down here. There are 13 golfers that are under 12% in last year's event. 2023. There are more, but not many. 17 golfers that were less than 12%. How many 7K golfers? I mean, there's Corey Connors, Ricky, Mitchell, a miscut, a top 40, and a top 13. Oh, wait. Thigala, 74. Another miscut with Bradley. Okay. 2022, do I have ownership here? I do. And 12% is what? McElroy? Okay. So here is 18. All right. Well, whatever. You know, there is one thing I guess most people get right. I don't see a high-owned 7K golfer in the optimal lineup in any of these years. So 2022, I don't see one here that's in the optimal lineup. 2023, you know, if we consider this high-owned, there's no... I mean, Ricky Fowler, he was in the GPP winning lineup. 2024, where you had a ton of ownership on Scheffler. Ryan Harmon was actually in the 7. He was a 7K golfer. He was high owned. He finished second, was in the optimal. So 1. So yeah, if you play your percentages, you don't want to play a high owned 7K golfer. Fair enough. Okay. All right. So we'll build these lineups for Ryan, and then I'll do the Gerard and I forget who else. But we'll do that one. All right, timer's up, man. Here we go. We get Xander, Lowry, Connors, Scott, Bradley, Mac Hughes. That one's fine. Xander, Lowry, Connors, Scott, Bradley, Tom Hoagie. I actually don't mind that one. Xander, Lowry, Straka, Connors, Bradley, Taylor, Moore. 1098-776. Love it. Xander, Lowry, Straka, Minwoo Lee, Bradley, Seamus Power. I actually really like that lineup. That's a really good lineup. You get one of these, man. Schauffele, Lowry, Straka, Bradley, Rye, Vegas. One site has them 12.6%, other at 10% now. Not enough for me to worry about. Actually, there really isn't any ownership where I care about. Shoffley, Lowry, Straka, Connors, Bradley, Adam Hadwin. Not terrible. Do you like Straka as much as he's showing up? Because he's going to be high owned. You get Doug Gim in this one with Denny McCarthy. These are probably, some of these are probably too high owned for you. Straka is going to be really high owned. Aaron Rye and the Seagull, Charlie Hoffman. Here, I'm going to kick out Straka just in case. And I'm not going to save this one because it's got the Seagull in it. Ooh, we get J-Day instead. Shoffley, Lowry, J-Day, Connors, Bradley, Kevin Roy. I really like that lineup. Shoffley, Lowry, Connors, Scott, Bradley, Austin Eckroat. Yeah, it's all right. Straka's a solid play. Okay. I'll bring back Straka. This is a good lineup too. Shoffley, Lowry, Day, Connors, Bradley, and Nikolai Højgaard. Hot damn. I like that lineup. I don't want to save that one. Not with Matt Kuchar in it. But this one I don't mind saving. We get Shoffley, Lowry, Straka, Bradley, Rye, and Steven Yeager. All right. And I'm just building one just to save and delete. Dumpy Bow. What a perfect one to save and delete. All right. It was 10 lineups or 3 minutes, whatever came first. So that's the end of lineup building, unless someone new comes into the chat and puts a lineup together. But we are nearing 4 hours of just nonstop, like lineups being built and everything, which is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Appreciate you all. What was it? Gerard and who? Michael, Kim, and Gerard. Okay. Let's see what different kinds we can do. Michael, Kim, and Orion Gerard. Okay. We'll go ahead and unpin that. We'll take off the timer and just build a couple lineups here. This has been a pretty good stream tonight, man. Pretty damn good. So I don't care for Vegas. In all reality, I don't like... I don't want 3 10Ks or a 10-10-9. I mean, do we even see that much? A 10-10-9? 10... Actually, let's clean this up. 10, 10, 9. We've seen it 5 times. 5 times. WM Phoenix Open in 2023. Travelers in 2022. Those aren't even with 5K golfers. So even when we have 5K golfers, you do not get a 10-10-9. Do we even... There's no 10-10-10. There's no 3 10K golfers together. Let's look at the 2023 Phoenix Open. Phoenix Open. What was it? I already forgot. The optimal lineup build. 2023. 10-10-9 was Rahm, Scheffler, Sung Jae with 3 6K golfers. That's crazy. And that's because Nick Taylor, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's not a just because. It would be these lower 6K golfers still scored 80 points. Which is pretty good, considering Rahm scored 90 raw DK points and finished 3rd. Okay. What else can I glean from this? Don't really care about 2023. Let's look at 2022 travelers. '22 travelers. Oh my god, I already forgot. I have such bad short-term memory. Sweet spot optimal. Okay. We get really low 10K. So 10-2, 10,000, 95, and then we actually get a 7K golfer. Okay, so this is more suited to this week. This is very similar. Okay. It's doable. 10, 10, 9. All right. Let's take a look. 10, 10, 9. So, I mean, this technically fits in that mold because I am considering Justin Thomas a 9K golfer. And Vegas would be technically a 7K golfer. So that would be a 10, 9 or 10, 10, 9, 7, 6. Okay. Okay. I guess that works. I'd much rather see like something with Scotty in it with those two golfers. Yeah, something like this interests me a little bit more. Scotty, JT, Straka, Griffin, Michael Kim, Gerard. But I would probably actually want to kick out JT. Force the optimizer to select someone else. I mean, I really want to see Oberg. Scheffler, Morikawa, Connors. Yeah, I kind of like that too. I don't really care for Keith Mitchell. I'll have exposure to him, but I don't really care to try to force him in. Scheffler, Morikawa, Sepp Straka, Vegas, Michael Kim, Ryan Gerard. That's a lot of Vegas tonight. This is where I start this is where my brain will start working, going, yeah, because we've seen all these golfers in the optimizer. I do not want to play them. Because it's too much. And that's where I got to stop thinking that way. Same goes with the Seagull. That lineup wasn't terrible though. Scheffler, Morikawa, Lowry. I like that start. 10, 10, 9. That one's fine to me. But I don't like Charlie Hoffman. There we go. This is a lineup I like. Scheffler, Morikawa, Siwoo, Ben Griffin, Michael Kim, Gerard. I like Scotty and Morikawa together. Ben Griffin, 67, huh? Scheffler, Finau, Shane Lowry, Thigala. All right. Yeah, I don't hate it. No. Scheffler, Cantlay, Tom Kim, JT Poston, Michael Kim. I don't want JT Poston. Yeah, so okay, I'm getting feelings that JT Poston could actually have a good tournament. I've seen him too much to be like, I don't like him. I like a lineup like this. Scheffler, Morikawa, Lowry, Jaeger, Kim, Gerard. Yeah, I like that lineup. I was actually trying to force people in. Like I kind of already talked about, I want a Scheffler Oberg lineup. Show me this. I like that. Matt Fitzpatrick, I don't mind him, but let's kick him out and see what the optimizer does. Yeah, here we go. Scheffler, Oberg, Lowry, Rose, Michael Kim, Ryan Gerard. I'm actually going to save that one. 151 rum, baby. There you go. Do I want two 5K guys? Well, we go here. Oh, let's clear. Oh, I have to change this when I click clear fill. Oh, I did. Never mind. I'm stupid. 6K. What's blank? Cognizant for 2019, 2018. Oh, gotcha. 6K, 6K. Probably. Actually, let's do 6K, 6K like this, and then go to more filters. And let's put the min salary less than 5,900. This won't give us 2 5K golfers. It'll at least give us 1 5K golfer. So there are 20 iterations where these two 6Ks are there. We have this 10-10-8 666, 2024 Charles Schwab, and then the Tour Championship. Okay, well, here's how I can fix that. Go into more filters and put max salary to, let's just go 13.3, because I think that's the highest I've seen Scotty not in a Tour Championship. So you have 10-9-8 766 being the top, then it's 10-10-8 666. That also includes the Tour Championship. So Charles Schwab Challenge 2024. By the way, how cool is this? Like, I can just look up these things for you, like pretty freaking quick. What was it? GPP winner. Here you go. Here are 2 5Ks right here. 13.3 Scheffler. Then it's Morikawa at 11,000. Then it drops into the 8K range. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. I don't see a lot of 10-10-9s. I see a lot of 10-10-8s. But we don't have a 13.3 Scheffler. We have a 12.8 Scheffler. So you add 500 to this, you get 8,600. Something like that. That last lineup that I actually saved is like perfect. Rose at 63, 59, and then 55, 59, 63. Shane Lowry is 86, right? Yeah, that lineup that I just, oh, he's not 86. Where is he? He's 91. Close enough. Solid. Feel smart. What'd I miss? I can explore more tomorrow with your builds. I appreciate it. All right, dude. Yeah. Phil, I think I built lineups for you, right? I'm pretty sure I did. I think I need to log off pretty soon. We're nearing 4 hours and it has been it's been crazy. I appreciate it though. Everybody that was in here, we gave away 15 gifted memberships. 15. You know what? I think, does this, oh my God, this is 2 days. Actually, no. The Masters starts on the 13th. Oh, the Masters starts on the 17th. No, it doesn't. You guys are all, everyone that got a membership, you guys get to be members all the way through the Masters. Masters starts on the 10th and goes to the 13th. So if you were gifted a membership today, you have until 4/11. You're going to be a member until 4/11. So that actually worked out really well. Pretty damn good, man. And all it took was a couple likes, man. Couple likes. I'm working on my Power BI stuff thanks to you encouraging me with your 6 site. Dude, it's so much fun. It's rewarding to like build a website, or actually just build the tools behind a website. And then it took a really long time to learn all this stuff. And it was very frustrating in the beginning, like very frustrating. But now that it all has come together, it's been very rewarding. Like it's, you know, kind of like what like Rick Run Good says, he built his website for himself. Technically, I'm building my website for myself also. But like, that's not where it stops. Like I want my tools to help everybody out. I want like everyone kind of to see golf the way I see it. Although I mean, that's kind of impossible, but if you do see it the way I see it, then you guys get to reap the benefits as to like the tools that I'm building. The secret, there's a little secret compartment there. Great show, says Dave. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Thanks. See you all tomorrow. Members only. My girlfriend always thinks it's porn. Well, I mean, it's my only's fan, or it's my only members. It's my only members stream. I always tell all my friends I got to do my only member stream, and they also think it's an OnlyFans stream. I tell them that I stream naked. So, I guess you won't know unless you become a member. All right. I think it's time to call it a night, though. So all those that are members, again, I'll be live tomorrow night. I'll definitely be looking into more information throughout the day. I'll do more researching, and barring an injury at pickleball, who knows? Nah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be here tomorrow. 9 p.m. Central Standard Time for the members only. So, woof, what a stream. We got to the 4-hour mark right on the button. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, bye.